Today, Spatial Synthesis V2 Maya webinar. Looking forward to the second iteration of this wonderful webinar with Alejandro. You'll be needing Maya. There's no files that you need beforehand, just need Autodesk Maya. And the webinar will be about 5 hours, give or take, in total. So Alejandro is a member at Zamorphine and currently a lead architect at Zaha Hadid Architects, where he works on developing computational building strategies from design to construction across all different stages. He specializes in design and rationalization of complex geometry with Maya, Rhino, and Grasshopper. He's leading one of the design studios of the Master in Computational and Advanced Design. And since 2017 has been tutoring multiple international workshops on computational design and digital fabrication organized by the AA School, UCL Bartlett School of Architecture, Zamorphines, CEU Madrid, and Middle East Architecture Lab. He holds a MArch in Architecture and Urbanism from the AADRL and a degree in Architecture from the University of Alicante. He has previously worked on several international firms such as HKS Architects, Grimshaw Architects, and B2.0 Arquitectos. So let me oh, why is it wanting me to share again? There we go. So just some quick stuff before we give it over to Alejandro. Just want to remind you that we have just some hours, so this is recorded, and all the information about the recording when you signed up, it told you how you'll get the recording. You had to check that you understand it, and if you still don't, it was written here in this chat, but I'll say it again. After the webinar is done and the recording is processed, you will get an email to access the webinar recording. If you can't keep up, you know, it's fine. You can just watch and then check the recording later. But we try not to stop like too much. But as you have questions, please ask them with the Q&A button. If you see where all your Zoom buttons are, there's a Q&A one. If you use that one, and it says, you know, there where you can join, where you can ask questions. So it's better to ask them there so they don't get lost in chat, but also feel free to talk in chat. And in the chat, switch your to say everyone so that you're writing to everyone. And yeah, that's all for me. Enjoy the webinar, and I'll hand it over to you, Alejandro.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for the introduction. So what I'm going to be doing is like I'll prepare a short presentation, and then we'll have some short intro to Maya, and then we have like an hour and a half exercises. Awesome. Let's try to finish everything.
Yeah, if we have to go longer, it's no big deal. So
I haven't really time myself doing it.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so let me see which screen I need to share. So if you put this one here. Okay, this one. Okay, so yeah, just have here a bit of introduction about like work at Zaha, a bit of the webinars, and then the workshop itself. So yeah, like a bit of my work at Zaha, like in general, like what I do at Zaha is basically like design and then rationalizing those geometries. So it's always kind of a bit of work with these complex geometries, and then like a bit of like working on developing computational building strategies, let's say, both in concept and then later on when we kind of develop them more like towards construction. Range of projects goes from residential to hospitality, workplace, mixed use development, some infrastructure projects as well. So before Saha, like as Mike introduced before, like I was at Grimshaw and HKS. So the idea is like there, I think I kind of was getting started with parametric design. And I would say like, you know, the concepts and designs was like the early stage of parametric design for me, that it was all a bit more stiff. And I think like at Saha, like what I've learned on top of anything else is like how to get that fluidity as well on the designs. And then in parallel, I've been always kind of like teaching and researching. I will invite everyone to, after getting your job, like keep developing your own language and keep exploring like new design areas that maybe are not possible yet as buildings, but like it's something that we definitely can explore in the metaverse, or we can explore simply as like concepts or like pavilions. So a bit of like inspiration, like so in general, I would say like there are like 4+1 sources of inspiration on the work I'm doing. So first is nature. So in nature, I think like what interests me is how like the different patterns and the different formations blend into different shapes as like nature has to deal with like different environmental aspects and different boundary conditions. So I think that's something quite interesting to bring into our designs. The ornamentation of all the craftsmanship, like whether it's like we're talking about Gothic architecture or like Moorish ceilings, or like just like any culture has its own very geometrical ornaments. So I think like here the interesting part is like the geometry aspect. And then I think like digital fabrication, that's the third one for me, because it's kind of like the space where you can explore without yet being constrained by all the kind of construction and all the engineering, let's say. And then only like few bits of that make it to the architecture scale. So I think like when we see like some buildings that interest us, like has some aspects of interest, I think it's very important to like understand as well like what were the issues that they have to deal with in order to build this, because like it's usually like a package. It's an ecosystem where you have MEP, you have structure, you have facade, and at the end, like we just have that one photo that we see that there's a lot of it behind. So it's much easier to build the concept on the computer than then like taking that concept all the way to reality. So I think this is kind of the later stage. And then recently I started kind of playing as well with AI, a bit like, I think like what I found interesting now is like some of these kind of natural forms. It will take quite a while to like sketch it manually or, in a 3D software. So I think like I'm guessing like, like this is going to be a source of inspiration as well as we get more familiar with all the different prompts that you have to type in order to get those images. So like, and now like it's a bit of a work of Saha. So, or like my take, or like what I understand of the work we do at Saha. So like, first of all, I think like there is a more like systematic approach, or like procedural, that's what we call procedural approach towards design. So there is a bit of like design as research involved. We're not just like always creating a form like from scratch. Like we have like certain directions that we think has certain potential, and then we further explore them to try to achieve like new languages that we haven't explored. So like you will see like like the detailing that we do and the uniqueness, let's say, of the projects, it comes at the big scale, at the, let's say, like massive low poly scale. But then you will see also like different lines of research when it comes to facade treatment, when it comes to like potential like features, design features that we can find in interiors, as well as, like furnitures or like product design. So it is kind of kind of like a research across all different scales, across all different programs, and like different scales, different programs, different clients, different locations bring like different opportunities, and we try to take those opportunities on board and explore like what can we do that we haven't done yet. So in terms of the office, just for those that maybe you haven't joined, like I think this slide, I always have it. There's a few slides that I always like to have on my presentation. So this one kind of explains a bit like my overall understanding of the workflow in my experience. So like the idea is like, for us, like we separated like most of the projects, let's say like every project is kind of different, but like the projects usually have like these 4 very distinctive stages. So the first one is like form finding. So the form finding is kind of the moment where everyone just use whatever tools they're good at. You know, can be Cinema 4D, can be like Houdini, can be like scripting, can be Maya, can be Rhino. Most, you know, like I think like in my daily work life at Saha, I'll be using mostly like Maya, Rhino, Grasshopper. And if there is something more specific, I'll jump to another software. Then there's the second stage where we're kind of parameterizing and rationalizing the geometries. So that's a very important stage where we come up with like the right setting out of the geometry in order to ensure the design control and you know, like basically like setting up the right parameters to after you foresee what the client or what the different consultants might be trying to change here and there. So you need to be ready to update a model in 1 or 2 days, and you know, not asking them for another month after there's like a design amendment. And then I think like that's kind of the SD stage, and then in DD usually we'll have the optimization and kind of more like data management, so converting geometry from Rhino to Revit, so that in the drawing production stage, that we can have it kind of as automated as possible. Obviously, there are cases that certain things are done in CAD and certain things are done just in Rhino. You know, more advanced facade consultants are working in Rhino or in Gadea. But yeah, like here to simplify, I just have the workflow with Revit. And then within the office, like we have like a number of different clusters, what we call project clusters. I'm part of one of the project clusters, so I'm designer within my team, and then we will have like people that are more like leaning towards design and automation, and people that are leaning more towards the drafting and the planning. So I can't really show all the projects, because the ones I'm going to be showing is like the ones that are under construction currently, or like all competitions. So this tower is tower in Futian. I work on concept, and I've been following. I did the concept, and I've been following all the way through the stages, currently under construction, and kind of was interesting exercise to work with like these voids that were needed for getting like daylight in the neighboring buildings. Number of like all these voids are coming from planning basically, and then we wanted to kind of bring like these vertical lines that are traveling through the different facades and breaking the big solid volume. This is another one, kind of also like work from the very early stage, and right now it's in tender. So all done first in Maya, then in Grasshopper. Quite an interesting workflow, like everything is automated. And basically like we have like different small studies of facade chunks, let's say. And then those facade chunks, like we extract like the setting out, the parametric setting out, and then like kind of, let's say like roll it across the project. So like we will have like, we will do like small studies, and those small studies are informing the overall script. So we're not modeling any of these details. All of them are automated in Grasshopper. There's another project that I worked from very early stage, over 3 years. Mercury House. I think at the moment, like all the unitized system, like the entire facade and structure for phase 1, the tower on the right, it's already built. And at the moment, like I'm working on the first two, and started to work on interiors, work also on different interiors here. And the Dnipro stations, I think they just started construction now. Hopefully, it will get built if the world allows. And then competition for stadium, work in different parts, like another competition for a resort in China, work on this facade here. And then now jumping a bit more onto what I'm trying to explore outside the office. There are like these 4 different lines of research, let's say, that I'm interested in, or like that I've been exploring. The first one being topology. So topology, let's say, is like the essence of a geometry. So I will explain it in the following slides. Then we have architectural geometry. So that's more like geometry that is informed by its performance. So like it's like we will see it like with Gaudi and with Fraiotto, some good examples of like experimentation through form finding. Then we have like kind of aggregations, which is something that we use at times as well at Saha, like not not at this scale or this level of complexity or craziness, but a bit more toned down. And then we have like the digital ornamentation, which in particular I'm lately more interested on tectonism. Patrick defines tectonism, sort of like finding design features that are connected to the performance of the geometry. So a bit like kind of the second stage of architectural geometry. So topology, like I brought here like some examples from Saha. I think like this is a bit like the direction we like to explore, or I like to explore when I'm doing a sketch at Saha. So there are like certain features. In this case, we're talking about ribbons, and with ribbons, like you can do many different things. Like, so I think like it's once you're working with this kind of topology in Maya, there are like certain opportunities that the geometry offers you, and then that's the exploration. Let's say when you have like a new concept. So you see, like it can go also across different scales. Like it's not just something that belongs to facade. Although like you will see a lot of Saha buildings that have like these ribbons in facade, but can be also done for interiors or entire building massive furniture, etc. The cellular, it's kind of related to what I was calling aggregations before. So it's kind of like getting these loops to split and then creating cells in between, and those cells being opportunities for balconies, being opportunities for openings, being opportunities for like splitting towers, etc. Then we have like a more like pleated geometries starting to fall these ribbons. The ribbons are just not like going parallel, but then they fall and then they create entries. They create like opportunities for lighting. They create like these kind of pleated details on a bench. Bubbles, you have like lighting elements. You see like I think we've done it a couple of times for auditoriums, like the balconies being part of these kind of bubbles. We have a couple of master plans as well with this concept, and in general, it's another concept you will see across. So for that, I'm not going to get into detail like how to generate each of them. I think that's also part of the work at Saha. If you want to learn it, you have to join Saha. But basically, as an overall idea, I would say like you will always work kind of with this low poly mode, and then that low poly mode, once you use the Catmull algorithm, you get that curvature. The advantage is in Maya, the reason why we use Maya is because we don't need to get all these subdivisions to be in a smooth mode. Like we can like see how the smooth mode is gonna be, let's say, without necessarily subdivide the movie. So it's very quick to go back and forth between these two modes. And then after that, you kind of get the right topology of the mesh for the pattern you're trying to do. You can have like a data informing that pattern, and then the data plus the kind of operation you want to do becomes like a pattern, in this case going from solid to more open auto. And then that kind of like, in this sketch I did for another webinar, like you see, like it's a very quick sketch, kind of 4 steps. You have a base topology, you do some low poly modifications, you add some detail, and then you generate a pattern. You get like something that, I mean, in Rhino will take a bit more time to generate. Now with Sapti, there's opportunity, but certainly like mine is much faster. And with this kind of workflow, like here are some examples of previous webinars. We'll be looking at the one on the top left and top right today, and the bottom right. So like, let's say this webinar falls into this category. Second line of research is the architectural geometry. So like kind of to go back a few centuries. So if you look at some of these great Gothic vaultings, that kind of geometrical connection to the structure, it's something that, like it gives you already a bit of an idea of like so let's say like these details like are not necessarily something that a designer came and say, oh, this looks pretty cool, let's just have it here. It's actually like informed by the structural loads and how the structural loads can go from the roof all the way down to the columns and foundation. So I think like we're interested on that as well, both in the office and in my personal work. And I think when this comes in, like when this gets very interesting is like when you think about like people like Audi with the hanging models. Like this is like a very geometrical exercise with like a very limited amount of geometries that you can do. That's why all of them end up looking quite similar, be more detail here and there. But then when you start getting these form-found shell models, then like now with the opportunity of doing this computationally, like we can get much more interesting shapes. And then the interesting bit is like if you see like this one by Block Research Group, you get a very thin edge, and it's perfectly okay because this structure is like exactly on the anti-catenary shape. We like in a concept stage, like I think like this is something that we try to approximate. So you have like a number of principles using CATMUL, like an algorithm. So to kind of approximate like how a shell might look like, but this is kind of free form shells. So they need to be like post rationalized, let's say, whereas the other ones are found from the one. Similar exercise you can see with tensile structures, so like a Fry Auto. This is like more like kind of true tensile structures, and then we have like a kind of like the form found minimal surface exercises, and then we have like something more like freeform. Like this webinar I did last year is not an exact minimal surface, but it is kind of inspired by. Let's see. So I think like that is something that when it comes to architectural geometry, I like to explore, like not to be completely constrained by the purity of the geometry, but then have an approximation method to get close enough to that, but still be able to design it. So this exercise, for instance, again, is kind of 4 steps, a very simple low poly geometry, jumping into the smooth version already, and then adding detail. So this is like under 40 minutes exercise. And then like some like other iterations of similar ideas. So when it comes to aggregation, there's many sources of inspiration, particularly like obviously I like the kind of use in residential. I think Zaha Code did quite interesting example, kind of voxelized system in Honduras. They're kind of building it now, and or like the project is ongoing now. And then like these kind of more abstract explorations of like using the same component and then based on the component create a shape. So let's say like these 2 different lines is something I explore different times. So one is like working with a unit, and then the unit like kind of creating a form. So it's kind of a different way. So you have like a unit, and then the unit is sort of mapped into base geometry. And then also like this idea of discrete components. So the component is always the same, and it's about like coming up with rules like to connect the components in certain ways that make it more interesting. And then this is like again like some design outcomes that I've taught in other workshops before. And then the last one, it's a bit more like this idea of tectonism. So this is a bit more like me trying to find a library of projects of interest and different features and opportunities to bring some element that I found. And then like you know, like very simple ways like we explored as well, like how to bring like these colors into more abstract objects in previous webinars. So here's like some examples. So for this webinar, I think like the focus is a bit more on high-rise. I wanted to do one webinar that will focus more on design strategies for high-rise. So I kind of brought like 6 ideas that I thought like, you know, I've used to a certain extent in the past. So I will go through each of them. So the first one I think is the podium. The podium is an interesting opportunity always to do something special about it. So the idea is like we don't just chop the building when it comes to the ground. Like the ground condition, it's kind of the opportunity to have an arrival experience. It's an opportunity to integrate in the context, and I think like that's something that we should always take into consideration. Then the idea of breaking the volume, I think like that's something that we use it as well, like especially when you are in a city context. I think it's very good to break that volume so that you can kind of connect it more with the buildings in the context. And then it's also like at times like you have opportunities to create terraces, like in the case of the tower in Hong Kong, or like special moments like this tower here. So the idea is like we're not just like stacking floors one on top of each other. We have opportunities to create like some special moments. And I think like also like when we have like a very massive chunky building, the idea of emphasizing the verticality, like that's something that we had to use in Mercury House in the tower I showed before in Malta. So the vertical line sort of helps to break the volume and like just not have that big solid piece on the middle of the skyline, but actually having something a bit more articulated and more slender looking. Atriums, I think it's something that we've been exploring as well. I found it very interesting, this idea of the multi-level atria. So in the case of Lisa, so Lisa is these 2 photos on the left. The idea is like you have a very big floor plate, and like by doing this, like you are able to bring light not only to the 12 meters from the facade, from the outside facade, but also to the 12 meters from the inside facade. So you have a double facade, the inner part and the outer part. So you get light from both sides. Otherwise, this massive diameter tower, like you will only get 12 meters natural light from the facade. And then at the same time, I think like when you see like buildings like Soho, they're very successful in the sense that you have all this internal vista that helps the navigation and the public activation of the space. So this is another concept not built. And then the idea here is of like a vertical city and the idea of like these connections, visual connections across the project. And then the exoskeleton, I think it's another thing that we've tried a number of times. And here, like the important bit of this one, or the relevance of this, is that this is kind of exoskeleton in a way is like liberating the massing, and basically like it helps you to create internal voids because you don't have such a need of having columns everywhere. The exoskeleton is taking up a lot of load, and then I mean depends always on the case, but you know in many cases like we've achieved having just the cores and the exoskeleton as a facade, as a structure. So you have the cores and then the slabs are connecting cores to exoskeleton. So you have a space free of columns inside that the client can utilize as they see fit. And I think like that's quite a cool thing. Like also like you have opportunities to create these areas that I showed before. And then the other one is the kind of like cellular concept. So the cellular concept like can help to articulate the building and show as well like different programs. So I think like also an interesting bit. You see like those towers that sort of like need to maximize the GFA, then the cladding can help articulate in that facade for it not to be just like a practical stack of elements. So for the webinar today, basically like I have these 3 exercises. So the first one is this kind of twisted towers, which will be very good to kind of get yourself familiar with some quick moves that you can do just to get something interesting out of it. But it's a very simple exercise. I think everyone should be able to get this one. Then we will jump a bit more in complexity, something that is a bit more organic, let's say. But it's again like quite simple in a way. Like you have like a donut with a tower, and then the 2 donuts and towers connect. And then like we're kind of like using these loops that you will see here, the importance of having the right loops connected to help like bring in movement and dynamism to this tower. And then we will add some detail to reinforce that main movement that we've done. And then the last one, I think is a bit more complex. I've prepared another one a bit like simpler because this one will take us more time. But then the idea is exactly the same. I think here I have like 6 different types of towers. We will simplify it to 2 of them, but I'll explain you like how to do the other ones as well. It's exactly the same. It's just like using different bases. So we'll have like basically a type of a grid, getting like these 3 steps to generate towers, and then we will have an overall composition and then add some details to it, both to the landscape and to the building. And yeah, that's it. I think that's it for the kind of quick intro presentation. Let me see where I have this. Where is my Zoom? Yeah, this one. Okay. Maybe I don't know if anyone has any question for that first part before we open Maya. Let me see if you can put it on the Q&A. I'll be happy to respond to any question. Otherwise, we will start with Maya. I'll give it like 2 seconds. Some water. Can someone just confirm that you can hear okay? I've seen like a couple of messages. There was some problem with the audio. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. So what I'll do is like for Maya, I'm gonna switch off the camera. Well, maybe for this part it doesn't really matter. But okay, let me just organize myself. I'm gonna. Okay, that's really fine. Okay, so let's open Maya. Here, Maya. Let me see, where can I see the questions? Okay, there's a question here. So any thoughts on Rhino 7 SAPI for the early form finding workflow? I think it's, I mean, maybe like someone will prove me wrong one day, but I find it useless. I think it's just like, we have a couple of guys. I mean, I've done Rhino SAPI, but I just don't find it useful. It's very slow. And then we had a couple of guys like trying something for competitions, but then they were always like falling behind very quickly. I think to make a blob is fine, but then the moment that you need to bring all this detail, I think you're just gonna stay behind very quickly. So yeah, unfortunately it's not there yet. I think there is a lot of things lacking. So let's start with Maya. So Maya, I have like Maya 2023, I think, yeah. But I realized like 2023, like some of my scripts weren't working. So I'm gonna stick to 2020. To be honest, I think the one I like the most is 2017. I felt it's a bit too old to be showing to Maya 2017. But okay, let's just get like few things before we start. So the first thing that you need to do in Maya is to go here to Windows, setting preference, click here, reference, and then you will have this window popping up. And then there are just a few things that we want to set up here together to make sure that you have basically like the undo. I always like to have at least 200. Like you can have infinite, but I think like it's fine. You can always repeat it. It's too much. I think like 200 is a good number. I found. Then the other one is you go to File Projects, and then here you need to enable the autosave. And then here you select the folder where you want those autosave to be. And I always have it like 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes I go Maya to save. Maya can be a bit crashy, especially when you start doing patterns. In general, I've seen models that just by moving around it will crash. That's because you didn't model things properly. But when you have like a number of polygons gets too high, it can just crash as well. So it's good to have this autosave always enabled. And then the other one is like I personally prefer to work with the Z-axis up instead of the Y-axis. So I think those are the three things before you start. Then in terms of windows, so like there are different ways to access things in Maya. We're gonna take the outliner out. So the outliner, I have it here. I'm gonna stitch it to put it here. Wait. Okay. It's fine. I'll just leave it here. Let's see. Okay. So the outliner basically is the way I will be using layers in Maya. There are layers as well in Maya, but the outliner is the way you kind of look the geometry you have. So that one, like you want to have it there always. If you can lock it here better, I don't know why I can't lock it. Usually it will show like maybe it's because I have the multiple screen. It's so confused. Like this. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That's it. Okay, so maybe it's because I have multiple screen. So you want to have the outliner there, and then the other important ones are these guys here on top. So I think the best way to start is by creating a cube. So let's create a cube. So there are two different ways always to do everything. One is when you press spacebar, you have the quick access menu here, and then all these menus, like you're gonna have them here as well on the top. Okay. And then there's a third way as well, which is like through yourself. So here you have like different modes. You have modeling, tweaking, animation, and rendering. We'll be working mostly with modeling. I don't think we need to do anything on any of the other menus. But you have to understand that Maya is a software that is for many different industries. So it does have a lot of content as well, like for animation, for like Maya Dynamics, special effects. Like you can do a lot of things. Like we're not going to be using the animation bar here, but there's a lot of things that you can do as well with animating Maya. So let's focus on modeling for now. And then here, by default, you will have these curves, poly, sculpting, rigging, animation, rendering, and blah, blah, blah. And then I think here I have like few extra ones. So I just created this one for the webinar, so you will see it. So you can just create your new shelf here. And then if you want to add any command there, you can press, I think it's Ctrl+Shift and right click in front of any of the commands. And then you can like stack them up here, just like for quicker workflow. There is also an interesting part that is like, you know, if you take like this command, for instance, C4 that I have here, you can go now to your script editor, and then it tells you exactly what the script was doing. It is this one here. And then what you can do is like, so any action that you do, like if I go here, creating a cube, here in the script editor, it will tell me what's the script for that. So it's a kind of way to automate certain actions. So now I can go to, let me see if I remember how to do that. So I can do, so I can copy this one, the one we just did, and then we can do save script to show. Yeah. And then we're going to call this one C4. So this is for creases. It's going to be quite useful. Oh, there you go, C4. So the idea here is like when I select all these creases, all these lines, I can crease it, which I will explain later. But for now, let's just create them all. So I have the C4, and then this is like the only part that is kind of important for making our lives easier in this webinar. So I just gonna need this one, the C2 and the C0. I don't want the other ones. I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna type it here, and then I'm gonna save this one. Save script to self. C2. And then we want to also what do we have stuff here? See, okay, that's the C0. I'm going to copy it just to make sure I don't have a typo. And then save script to self. I'm going to go here, save script to self. And then I'm going to call C0. Okay, so basically, there's a little bit of noise in the audio. It's fast. Okay. Okay. If the audio is not that great, what I'm going to do is to close the window. Yeah, I think I have some traits here. Just give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully the audio now should be perfect. Okay, there's some questions here. Let me see. Where did you get the initial C4? Yeah, I mean, the initial C4 just type the same. It was from my script. Yes, you need to type polycrease, then minus value 10, then minus value 2, and minus value 0. Let's create this 4. This is just like custom scripts that I have here. I have like 3 of them. But yeah, basically like you can download from different places. Like you can create your own. You can also, as I say, like, you know, if I'm gonna bevel here, for instance, then I go to the bottom right icon, and then here it will say like that command was poly level. So you could type lines of code here to automate certain actions as well. Okay, cool. So okay, so that's one thing. And now let's get started with the commands. So in general, I would suggest I rarely work with this. I know what these commands are here in the spacebar. You will memorize that. It's a lot faster. And I will never work with these commands here unless it's something I can find. Nothing like in general, that's how it works. Okay, So yeah, so let's start. So I'm gonna create a cube. So for that, I'm gonna explain you my way. If not, like this stuff is here. Maybe for the first one, I'll do it here. Just make sure you have interactive creation on. And then here is how you create a cube. And then for any command that you have in Maya, you can always access like the detail menu here, or just to create it with the presets, you go here. I'm going to access here, and then I will have here like the dimensions. So this doesn't really matter because we can change it later. I'm going to have 10, 10, 10. If I messed up something and I don't know what happened, a good practice is to open that little square box on any of the commands and then hit reset. So that will reset the command. Yeah. So I'm going to create my cube. And once we have the cube, I can start explaining these different tabs that we have on the right. So once you have the cube, you have, first of all, like we have here the channel box. In the channel box, we have kind of simple information. It's the location of the box. And then if we type here in the input, we have the kind of parametric input. So I can here, that's what I said before, like it doesn't really matter. You can type it after. So this is like Maya, you know, like it's a software that is very parametric in a way, but only if you use it in a procedural way. But it's sometimes it's just faster to make copies. So when I have something that I'm very happy with, I just copy to the right. So I have that copy to start from again. But then like you can also like build up here the entire history of the element. So okay, let's go here. So in the channel box, we see that. Then here in the modeling tool, we have a number of things like combining, smoothing. The attribute editor will give you all the different properties, including like the color of the layer. You can change it here. And then as we add like extra elements or like extra actions to the geometry, we'll have more tabs here on the attribute editor. So this is kind of like all the parameters of the object that you're selecting. Then we have this one, this one we saw it already. The character control, I don't really use it for anything when it comes to modeling buildings. This is our attribute editor, and then this is the one that I was missing. So the tool settings can be interesting for a number of things. One thing is the stepping. So this, for instance, is a way to move in steps or like to rotate in steps. So let's say if I press R for rotating, I might want to rotate always in 45 degrees. So I will click here and it will be always 45. And then if I remove the step snapping, I can just rotate freely. Yeah, so that's important. Same thing with when you press W, as you move in one step at a time. Or if you press J, then it's kind of switching this off automatically. J for Jamaica, and then you go back to your steps. In general, I will have it off, and then I will press J to move in steps if I want to. But like we kind of want to move freely for this type of exercise. And the same thing will be with the scaling. With scaling is E. No, sorry. Yeah, W for moving, E for rotating, R for scaling. Okay, so that's kind of like the big menus. And then in terms of layers, I will just explain once what's the difference between the layers that you have here and the outliner. So the outliner, if you see every geometry I do, so I'm doing Control D to copy, I will remove the grid. So if you do Control D and drag here, like you make copies. So every geometry you do, like you get it here in the outliner, and if you see like layers, they're not being generated automatically. So layers, like the outliner, basically I will use it. So if you do Control G for code, we will group things, and then you can always take something, and I think it's Control Shift and middle mouse button to drag something outside or to drag something inside. So that way, like you can have it. I will be working like this, so we're gonna do this a bunch of times. So, but the idea here is like now I can press H to hide and H to unhide again. I can select one element and do Control-1 to isolate and Control-1 to unisolate it. And then that way we'll be operating most of the time. So if we want to move it, we want to make a copy of the group, we do Control-D, we copy the group. So you see now you have 2 groups with 4 objects, each of them. And then you can move them individually. Or if you want to move them all together, you can move them all together. And I think here, like maybe we can explain as well. Let's say, let's take these guys here, the layers. So let's say if I create one layer with the element selected, that object goes automatically to the layer. So I can hide it here manually, or I can lock it. So if you lock it, maybe that's something interesting to use. Like if you have, let's say, if you're modeling a building and you have a plot and there are like certain boundary conditions you have to respect, you want to block the geometry. So these ones you can't block, but you can only see, kind of show them or hide them. But then with the layers, you can also block them or have it also as this kind of transparent mode. In terms of ways to display things, like you will have, in general, we're going to have like when you press 1 and when you press 3, that's the difference between the low poly mode. Let's do something else to visualize it. So I just created a plane, and then I'm going to do 10 by 10, 2 by 2. I'm going to make a copy because we might want to use it later. And then if you, let's say, I don't know, which one to use. Let's just do something simple. So you take these 4 elements. Actually, I have to explain other things before we get there. But okay, so let's select the geometry and right click. When we right click, let's explain it here and then we jump to that one. There's like a bunch of things to explain, but we will see them all many times. This is just like a quick intro just for you to get an overview, and then we will see it in the exercise and we'll repeat the same commands over and over and over. So Maya commands, it's very repetitive. At the beginning, it's a lot of like shortcuts and things to memorize, but then you get used to it as soon as you finish one project. So the first thing is like when you select the geometry, we can do the following. So I'm going to remove this layer. I don't want to have layers here. Actually, if I want to keep this one, I can say here, remove selected object. And now we can do right click, layer. Let's do this. So move it here. So when we have an object like this one, here the idea is like you have the object itself. There's another thing that we can bring here, which is display, and then polygon. I think heads up, display, poly count here. So that will tell you like different vertices, edges, and faces that you are selecting. So let's get into that now. So the idea for selection is like you can select the entire object, or you can right click and access different parts of the object. So we have vertices, we have edges, and we have faces for the object mode. So if we go to face, we're in face mode. I can move that face up, down. I can again like rotate that face, or we can also scale it. We can scale it in 2 dimensions. We can scale it in 3 dimensions. Yeah. And then I think what is quite cool in Maya is like when you are in face mode, if you press Shift right click, you get tools that are only related to face mode. So things that you can do with a face. So it's interesting, you know, if it's the first time you're in Maya. So someone is asking to repeat how to lock the geometry. If you want to lock the geometry, all you need to do is like, I'm gonna select that object to create a layer. If you don't have the object selected, you basically click on the layer and right click add selected object. And then when you press in this empty box, if it's in R mode, it will be locked. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So as I was saying, like here, it's quite cool that when we're in face mode, if we press shift right click, we get things that are only related to faces. If you are in edge mode, shift right click, only things related to the edges. And if you are in vertex mode, shift right click, things that are only connected to vertices. So you could have all these options here, but then all of them are kind of mixed. So if you go here to edit mesh, for instance, you see here you have in component mode, you have the vertex mode, you have the edge mode, and you have the face mode. But somehow not all the options for faces are here. Some of them are here, some of them are here. So I think it's a lot messier the way it's there. So I personally prefer to just go to the mode I am and then like shift right click, and it's a lot faster as well. So now the other thing that is kind of worth explaining is how to move around. So if you press D is how we move the gumball or the gizmo, as called in Maya. So this gizmo is the origin to move or to rotate or to do anything. And for that, you press D, and then with D, we can use the snapping. So in Maya, like I would say, like you don't really need to have all these options for snapping, like you have in AutoCAD or in Rhino or in Revit. In Maya, all you need is just to snap to vertices, because we're working with meshes and every mesh is made out of vertices. So basically, like when you export this as an OBJ, like what it will be telling you is like which vertices that geometry have and which vertices you need to connect in order to make a face. And the edges is just the connection. So actually, like this object is like 100 times faster to read. That's quite interesting. 100 times faster to read than an nerve, because at the end of the day, all the information that is here is just like 4 vertices. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, like that's it. We will get more complicated step by step. So here the idea is like, yeah, so I was explaining about the gumball. So with D, we can move it around. And if we want to snap it somewhere, we press B and then press D for Denmark again, so that we can move the object. So this you will be doing it all the time. So you move around and then you say, okay, I'm gonna move it here. Another interesting one is like, let's say, like my object is rotated somehow like that. And what I want to do now is like, I want to move that face, but I want to move it on the normal. So the shortcut for that, and it's funny that it took me like a year to know this. No one told me that, and I didn't see it in any tutorial. It's so stupid because you just press D and then you can align to any object. So I did an edge or a face, and that way you can move your origin without having to change the planes like you do in Rhino with the CPU plane and stuff. So that way, like I could move that face along this axis. And then if you want to have it back into the wall, I think automatically it's doing it. And let's say like you are here and you want to have it back into the wall, you can always do Control Shift right click. That's what I was doing before, kind of aligning all the time to component or to objects. So I was aligning to component. I was here, and then I would say like I'm here. Well, right now I'm in component mode. So basically, every component I select, it will align to that. Yeah. But this is like how you go into different modes. Basically, you can go back to object or you can go to wall. I will do wall always, and then whenever I want to align to something else, I press D or Denmark. Yeah. Okay, so you know how to move around now. And then the idea, well, the other thing that maybe you can explain before modeling something is like you can also, there are certain tools like you will need to combine objects in order to do them. So to combine, so there's a difference between combining and merging. but we'll explain that a bit later. For now, I'm going to combine, which is kind of when you join a mesh and it doesn't need to be connected for it to be like one mesh. Like it's the same thing in Rhino. Basically, like this mesh is joined, but it's not well together. So this, like, you can use it, for instance, if you're going to face mode and you want to bridge two faces, shift right click, like you need to have them joined, otherwise it won't bridge anything. Because like they need to be part of the same object. So now we can kind of connect this. And then let's say like you start having, now when I press 3, you start having like some, like bridging is quite kind of cool to have like a quick things connected. Topology is not ideal, like the way this topology is created now, because the cubes is not ideal. Okay, basically what you will want to have here, if you were to model this further, I'm just going to do a snipping tool. Basically, topologically, like that thing should be connected like that, and then this should be connected here. So remove these ones and you connect there. But like quite often, like you can just do some quick sketch and test things like that, and then you grab like this, and then you see like what you want to do with them. Like you want to do something, select the wrong first. You can start smoothing this out, and then you can do your patterns, whatever. Okay, let's not mess up with this. So that's like in terms of like the basic tools. I think like to be honest, that's all you need to know. Like it's quite simple, Maya. It's about how you're using those tools. I'm not going to explain every single command. Like we will see them as we need them, but that's the main idea. You have things like combining and smoothing here. You have like most of the tools we're going to be accessing is from the right click or shift right click. We will convert selections into different things, but for that we need a bit more geometry to work with it. So let me see. Okay, so it's kind of 5 already. Okay, so let's do like few geometries here, like just like as examples. I think like there is one that is kind of important. So maybe I'm just going to model one of them. Maybe we don't need to model too many. So I'm going to be in vertex mode, and I'm going to press shift right click, and I'm going to say chamfer. I'm going to go to face mode, delete, delete, delete. And then what I want to do now is everything that we have in chamfer. I'm going to press W, and I'm going to move it up. Okay. So here you will see already like, a simple geometry like this. When we press 3, it starts getting like some sort of interesting shell. Yeah, so I can start moving this, maybe like I want to higher up. But this geometry is already like something that in Rhino will take a bit of time to think about it. And yeah, we just moved like 4 vertices. So if you have this kind of jagged line, this jagged line here, you just need to press page up, and then I will explain what that means. So just to explain the cut-mode algorithm, so I'm going to do 1, and then I'm going to put it next to it. And then I'm going to press smooth here. And then this smooth, like we can have like different levels of subdivision. So this is like level 1, let's say, then we can do another level, level 2. This is level 3. And maximum, we can go to level 4. So basically what Maya is doing is like, instead of subdividing this and and working with this amount of vertices, so check how many vertices you have here. So we have like 1400, yeah, 1400 vertices. We can do everything within those 13 vertices that we have here, which is pretty cool. So basically, when we are here, if I press page down all the way, and I press 3 now, you see exactly the same thing, unload poly. If I do page up now, this is like that level of subdivision. And we can corroborate that by seeing here in the smooth mesh. Here we'll say preview division level 1. You press again, it will say 2. So 2 is going to be this one. It will be matching that one. And 3 will be matching that one. And 4 will be matching the last one. So 4 is like perfect smoothing. So when you're exporting this to Rhino, or you're exporting this anywhere, if you export this, like it will export like that, because this is just a visual representation of the smooth mesh. So what you need to do is like basically like you go page up, page up, page up until it says here 4, and then you do modify, convert, smooth mesh preview. So that one, when you export it, is like the perfect smoothness. Yeah. Okay, but like we're not going to be exporting like some of the webinars I've done, like more like Grasshopper and to Maya to Grasshopper. This one, if we have time at the end, I can spend a couple of minutes in Grasshopper. I don't think that's the main purpose of the webinar. So okay, so we know about this now. Then we can do another one just for kind of quick testing. So let's create again plane here, and then we're gonna go here and say 10 by 10, 2 by 2. Yeah. So once we have that, and here we need to do some operation in between. So we're gonna have like a 3 legs sort of shell, just to demonstrate like how quickly you can do certain things in Maya. So this is another tool I haven't shown before. I also have a staging. So this tool is called, I'm gonna do it again. So Control D, copy. So if you go to vertex mode, shift right click. This tool is called multicut, and it's quite useful to change the topology of something manually. So you just click on the vertices, now right click, and then it created those edges for you. So once you have that, I need to delete these ones, these 3. So shift right click, delete edges, and then the next step will be basically. So if you want to export this to Revit, you can export it as a mesh, but ideally what you want to export is, so ideally what you want to export that is as a NURB. So if you want to export this as a NURB, then what you need to do is modify, convert. I'm going to make a copy here. Modify, convert, and then you say here poly to SAPI. And there are, yeah, like this is fine. And then there are different ways to treat the corners, depending what you want to do. And then smooth to NURBS. So now if I open Rhino, this will be basically if I export this as IGS. So here you should have IGS. If you don't have IGS, I think we should have IGS. I just install this my IGS export now, so you have it there. But if not, if you don't have it for whatever reason, you can go here to Preference, Plugin Manager, and then here we will have IGS. This one, IGS Autodesk. So let's export it. I can show you. And we'll put something on the desktop. Then if you were to open Rhino, I'll explain this quickly. So we're going to export this one as IGS, this one as a low poly, and this one as a high poly. And then I'll show you different ways to operate with this. So these ones that are meshes, basically we need to export them as OBJs. Yeah, so I have Rhino here. So to respond to the question of Revit, in Revit you can bring like meshes, but in general it works better, at least as far as I know. It works better to have like solids. So this one, if you offset this one as a surface, I don't know the scale. This one, like it will go to Revit, it will cut properly in Revit, it will do everything you want in Revit. You could also think a bit better about the geometry. So this geometry is not like the cleanest thing because it's not a loop. So for NURBS, it takes a bit of thinking to do it properly because you have to kind of split it in patches. This one is the low poly version. Let me see here. Let's export this again. I'm going to show you also another trick. I think in general, like this is a bit messed up. Why? Because this mesh, let's see if we can get it. We can do it here. Let's see, poly to Sati. Basically like trying to round this up the corner. There is definitely a way to get that kind of anchor on the ground. But if not, like you can also do it through SAPI. Let's see if we can bring here the meshes. Okay, it's very funny. Okay, this one is a bit funny. Let's copy of this. So this one you see is like perfect shape, but we can't really do anything with it. The last one we did, this one. It's a funny one. Don't want to remodel it. Maybe I'll bring the next one. I'm going to bring this one and also with this one, what I wanted to show that. So let's do that. So I'm going to create this other shell. So bevel and then 0.1. And then here we want to get rid of this one. So we want to get rid of the center and then go to Edge mode, shift right click, and then we're going to insert one loop. Have like more than one loop. So because I have more than one, I'm going to go to the square. And then here in multiple edge loops, I'm going to say only one. I do one, set, go back, one and one. And once I have these three loops, we can connect them to get a clean topology. So merge, center, and I will have like a clean topology. So when I press 3, it creates this triangle, basically. Yeah. So once we have that, what we can do is I can lift this up, and then it's kind of more of like we can start shaping this in different ways. So this one, for instance, if we scale it in, something like this, start getting like a pavilion, like the Zaha bridge. I mean, the Zaha bridge is a lot more interesting than this, but you get the idea for it. So then this one, for instance, you should export a lot better because you have, like when you start working with NURBS, the difference is like you have to get the geometry kind of a lot cleaner. So here, just move this closer here. I'm gonna make this one a bit closer, and then this one a bit closer, and then these ones I'm gonna scale them. Okay, so if you have this here, like it's quite straightforward. You see already that as a topology, like if you were to convert this into NURBS, like you can, in theory, have this as like one surface, another surface here, another one. So you kind of need to work with these quads. The moment that you don't have quads, then is when it's a bit messed up. And I've done these chamfers here so that you can have these kind of loops. So you select shift, and then so you select one, and then you shift and double click with the left button in your mouse, and then you get always these loops. So you always need to have these loops in order to have a clean geometry. But at the same time, you will imagine that these can be kind of constructed as one surface, then this is another surface, this another surface, another one, and then the patch in the center. But then it gets more complicated. Like with the cells, it's always like you need to plan it a bit ahead. But let's say like if we convert this one, let's try it again. So I'm gonna convert this only to SAPD. I don't remember why. Let's try to crease this one. So shift right click, and then we're gonna crease the vertices, and then see if after creasing the vertices we can convert it to SAPD. Okay. Not entirely sure how I would do this, but the idea is like SAPD to NURBS. Okay, let's try the other way, which is here. Two. That's the thing I wanted to bring here. Okay, there you go. So here we have the low poly. So that's kind of what I wanted to show. So with the low poly, you can also work with SAPD if you want here. So instead of the SAPD Maya, you can work with SAPD here. So if you type to SAPD, we're going to have the SAPD mode here. So we can tap and we'll have the low poly. And then with that SAPD, like you can then convert it back. If you want from SAPD, you can say to NURBS. And then you have the NURBS here. And then I think, I don't remember this, but can you say like to SAPD again? Yeah, but like then it's kind of subdivided basically. You have here like these patches that we said before, and most likely you will build it like this, because of like these 4 patches. So that's in general. To respond about like extruding, let's extrude here in Maya. I will for sure extrude it here in Maya. I don't know. I will just try something else. It's like better to extrude this in Maya because then you hear like basically like it's working out. It's kind of like cleaning. So like if you try to usually like here what it's doing is like averaging the direction in every vertex for the extrusion. So it works better than when you do it in Rhino for sure. Especially like certain more complex geometries, it just doesn't make sense to do it in Rhino. So yeah, so actually like let's do it like this. So if I have this geometry, I can do extrude, and then I'm gonna say 0.2 here. And then what I want to do, like, and here it will be quite straightforward to just select the edge. Let's say for now. But if I want to crease this, because right now like, we have that crease, we have that edge that is kind of like a very soft edge. If I want to crease it to show the thickness, because in terms of constructability, like you will have that package. So if you want to keep that thick thickness there, you will want to do Control right click. So that's how we convert this selection. Control right click, and then we say to edge perimeter, and then we go to our tools that we created here and press C4. So that way we have the edge and we have nice clean edge going all across. So then what I will do is here I will select this one, and then I will say new material. My new material, I will give it a blend. Go to my blend material. We'll say here like maybe edge. Give it a color. I'll give it a color here. And now this is also another one that I think is quite important when you export, like using colors to so here you can also basically get these ones here. So now, right now, if I export this one, modify. So first I'm going to export it as a high poly mesh. Yeah, so now because we have two colors, like that's typically what you will do when you want to like render in Rhino, or like you want to bring it somewhere else in Rhino. You export it with two different colors or two different materials. Here in Maya, it comes as two different meshes, like one mesh per color. So now, like you can use different materials or bring them to Visual, do whatever you want with that. Yeah, I mean, I think like that's in general importing, exporting. That's kind of what you do. And then maybe like we can do just to close a bit, like do some pattern in this one, and then we paint it and explain the blend side. So patterns, basically, like I'm going to start from this quote, simple mesh, and then I'm going to show you different quick patterns. There's nothing very special. I think like if you want to do something more interesting, there is like you can kind of map components. I can explain it later in Rhino. So like you can either do it in Maya, like with some kind of custom scripts, or so basically what you're gonna be doing is like you draw one component and then you map each of the components into here, so it evokes more things that you have in Rhino. And I think Puffer Fields for Mac is quite useful. Like I've used it in a lot of webinars to do the same thing in Grasshopper within a couple of components. So we can see that later as well if we have time. So, but I think for the exercise, like right now, I'm just gonna do like a few quick meshes here. So just to see how fast this is. So one thing we can do is like if we grab all of them, we shift right click, transfer vertex. So we do 0.5. Basically, we change into a digrid. So we merge it, and then now we have a digrid. So this is not the easiest one to understand. Basically, here, I'm going to explain it here. So if I smooth it, yeah, and then I grab all of them, and then you say, once you have them all, you say 0.5, grab them all, merge. You have a digrid now. Yeah. So that's the one we're doing here. Then we can also very quickly let's do, I think yeah, let's see, how was this other one? No, let's see. So I'm gonna create a set with these ones, and then I'm gonna triangulate this mesh. I'm gonna try a couple of things. I think the one triangulating and then selecting that one was, Yeah, I mean, basically, like within these triangulations, shaping sets, having access to quick selection, like you can do a lot of different patterns that are topological and quite interesting. So here, for instance, like we have something that came from triangulating the mesh that we have underneath. And then if we were to express these edges here, so maybe now what we want to do is to bevel them. Like you already kind of have a pattern. So let me say this one. You have a pattern that in a way it's talking to is responding to this idea of tectonism, right? Like which is like kind of a bit more like a pattern that comes from some geometrical or some performance element in the geometry. So right now, for instance, I'm thinking like, I want to select those ones that were coming from my bevel selection, but I don't want to select them each of them manually. So I can show you also another way to do this, which will be this is select, use constraints. We're going to be phase mode. I'm going to select them all. And then in use constraints, you can sort them by different things. I realize that the ones I want to select are all quads. So these are the ones that we want to select, except maybe from the ones here. But we can just remove them manually, these ones, I guess. And so yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna grab this one for now. And then always remember to click on nothing. And then, this one, maybe I want to extrude them or something. Okay. So yeah, that's the classic fatal error of Maya. Now you know. Let me go back. Second. Yeah, very famous Maya crash. Okay. So it's a bit of like not so clean geometry, yeah, where we are. So that's why it's giving me that error. But if you remove the edges now, so remove the edges, like you start seeing like some kind of pattern, just like in few action. And it's a pattern that in a way like talks to the topology, talks to like these values that we have, like the mountains and the values that we have. Interesting. So no, didn't plan for it, but it's something that we haven't really spent any time. So typically what I will do is like do a bunch of them before deciding what I want to do. So let's do a classic one, simple one, just to explain the plane shape, and then we'll jump into the exercise. So what we want to do is to select all of them and say poke faces. No. What I have to do here. Okay. So I think let's try. I think it's like if you triangulate and then you poke the faces. Yeah, that's the one I want to do. Okay, so it's just like a classic, simple Maya one. And then you do extrude. Okay, we're not going to crash it again. With faces together, you switch it off. We won't be using any of that for the exercises, but I thought it was worth it to show you people. Just for those of you that don't know it. Just quickly generating patterns in Maya. Usually, like if I had time, I will spend like one day doing like low poly, and then I will spend another day doing patterns, and I will spend another day like kind of combining and doing blend shape. We're trying to fit everything in 5 hours. Do what we can. Let me see. Okay, so we have these ones. So we have some kind of thing going on here. And then what I want to do is like I'm gonna go to my attributes here, and I'm thickness, I'm gonna say 0.01. So this is very small. Let me switch off the camera just in case this is not in my mind. Okay, so basically we have one mesh with like a very small pattern. So what I'm gonna do is before we do that, I'm gonna work on this level of subdivision. So for the class is the same. I can basically do it quickly. So here do shift right click and we say triangulate. And then we grab these ones. And then we do shift right click, poke faces, poke face. And then I'm gonna extrude this, remove this one. And then say 0.01. And actually, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to delete it here. And then what I want to do a copy with this. And when I make a copy, usually when I do Control D, notice that when I do Control D, all the parameters are deleted. All these input parameters are deleted. Yeah. So what I want to do is to copy the history. So make a copy of the history as well. So for that, we're gonna go to create, modify, duplicate special. Yeah, edit duplicate special, and then you create in the box and you make sure that the duplicate input graph is on. So you say apply, and then you have a copy here. Yeah. So actually, we don't want to. So I'm gonna do the same. Edit duplicate special, and then basically in the outliner we have two copies. We have 1 and 2. Yeah. The second copy, we're gonna go here to the extrude face. Oops, apologies. Extrude face, and then here I'm gonna say 1. That's too much. Yeah. So I'm gonna say 1 here in the offset, and then in the other one, I'm gonna go to extrude face, and instead of thickness, we want to keep it in 0, but then this one it wants to be 0.01. So the idea here is like we have two meshes. One is completely open and one is completely closed, and we're gonna blend them together. Not put back the camera. Yeah, so that I see myself at least. So we're gonna blend them together, and we're gonna have a slider that goes between 0 and 1, and we select in which stage of the mesh we want to have it. Yeah. So that's the idea of blending or morphing, or there's like many different ways of calling the same thing. So but the idea is like if you see this in Google, so I feel like the more official name is that morphing parameter. Let's see here. So you will have morphing. Yeah, so it's kind of this idea that you have one, and you have another one, and you can morph and blend in between, which is like what these kind of apps are doing, or what they use in cinema, or, like this kind of like morphing of faces, like by using animation, or like for characters. You can keyshot, like, and have like someone very sad and someone very happy, and then you keyframe and you get all the in-betweens. So that idea, like, we can use it for doing some quick patterns here. Okay, so enough talking. Let's grab these two and go deform, then shape. And then now you need to find the one that has the blend shape component on here. So it's this one. The other one, we can hide it for now. And then this one that has the blend shape on, if you press one, so now if I press here, and then I press with the middle mouse button, left and right, you see how we can change from close to open, close to open. Yeah. So let's keep it in close. And then I'm gonna say deform. And then here we're gonna go to paint wave, blend shape. And you should have this in your tool settings. So if you go to 0 here, and with B, you can change the size of the brush. But the idea here is like we're gonna paint the center part of this piece. Wait, this is not working. Why is not working? Okay, so it's the opposite way. We go here. So let's do flat. And then what we want to do is to go white. And then here we're gonna start painting the inner part. It's kind of like if you have kind of grasshopper script to paint to define a pattern that moves into between two conditions. But then here what we are doing is like we're kind of painting it a bit more like kind of artistic take in this. Yeah, so you decide what I'm doing. As you see, is like I'm not painting it in whatever way. I'm just trying to have the center parts like maybe that we want to bring the light. It doesn't make so much sense because that's where we have the supports. So we say here on this part, we could say like this part, like it kind of needs to be lighter. So we will paint it here. And you see like how quickly I'm doing different patterns. It's just like a matter of painting. So this is very good, like when you are doing like quick competition, you are testing ideas. Then obviously, like, you know, this I will kind of rationalize the whole thing and then have a script that does the same thing in a very kind of technical and clean way. But for now, because we are kind of in competition mode, like we just want to do something quickly. Now I press move and I say flat, and then it's kind of created that transition between the thing and the between the openings and the solid part. Yeah. So this now you kind of have a way to create a gradient as well. And I think like you have a bit of low poly idea, a bit of idea of exporting to Rhino, a bit of idea of patterns or blend shaping, and that should be like kind of a good introduction to Maya. So I'm just gonna get some water and we're gonna get started with our first exercise. Any questions before we start with the exercises? I hope it's clear. You know, I was trying to fit everything in an hour presentation and introduction to Maya so that we have a bit more time. But you get the essence. This is a bit of like unexpected pattern, just by playing around, like I feel like very typical pattern is like this kind of Arabic pattern. And this is a bit of a take on that. And you have like 3 quick shells model here. Yeah, so when you move the gumball, if you have it here, you can always do modify center pivot. Modify center pivot. That's one command that I will typically have here, modify center pivot, Ctrl+Shift+Right-click, so that you can quickly access it. Yeah, Tom, hope that answers your question. Yeah, I mean, you have a few tricks here already. Yeah, like now we will focus on the exercises. So I'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll save this and I'll be back. Okay. Let's continue with the second one. So we've done the introduction. And now we're going to start with the first exercise, this twisted tower. I think that should be a quite simple one. And as I say, like I think everyone should be able to focus and kind of follow as I do. I mean, if you don't follow, it's fine, because you're going to have the recordings. But, you know, like if you've opened Maya before, we try to follow this one. See how you're doing. So, no, in this. Okay. Okay, so for this one, we just need to do like literally like we're going to start from one cube. And the cube, I don't know exact numbers, but let's put something like this. Yeah, let's start something like this. And then just going to make a tower. Probably like something we can do is like if we started from 15, I'm going to, just to have it consistent, I'm going to have always the stepping on. Ah, okay, sorry. Apologies, there is no screen. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on the chat and in the Q&A. Yeah, thank you. It's good you told me, so I didn't go ahead with that. Okay, so let's just start here. So for this one, we're gonna create a cube here. Yeah, I'm gonna say, let's say like a 15 by 15 by 10. So we're gonna go here. So we're gonna give it like 15 height. I'm gonna say 10 for now. Let's say like 100, and then 15 for the depth. So what I want to do in this one is probably like keep the stepping 5 meters, just to work with like a modules. Like every time I move, I'm gonna move in modules of 5. And if I want to remove it, I will just press J to remove it. So that allows me, for instance, to say, I'll take this tube. I know my bay was 15. I can do 5, 10, 15. And then I take this one and I extrude. I press W to go back to the wall coordinates. And then here I'm going to press R to align it like that. So this is kind of the base module to work with in this exercise. I'm going to lift this up a little bit. And then the idea here, what I did was to just work in a smart way, because we don't want to spend, you know, a lot of time modeling. So I'm working with a low poly. Then I'm detailing one of these L shapes volume, and then I'm mapping these L shape modules into like the fully detailed into the low poly that I've done. You will see it. So, okay, so I'm gonna make a copy. I'm gonna press D and move it there. And then rotation, again, I'm gonna do 90 degrees. So this one is gonna move here, move it down there. And then here, these ones, again, this should be 10 meters. So 2, it should be at the bottom. No, let's do 15. Let's do 15. Yeah, exactly there. Yeah, so we have that one. Then we're gonna, let me actually, 1 second, let me switch off camera to see if we can avoid the crash. Sometimes when you are like streaming, it doesn't react so well. If you miss me, you can put in the chat and I'll bring back the camera. I think you'll be okay. And so yeah, so we have these two, and then we're gonna have another one here, and then I'm gonna rotate 90 degrees. Then we bring with the gizmo back here, and then this one we want to bring it 15 up. So basically we have those ones, and then this one can go underneath the other one. Yeah, just do it like that. So I'm gonna make another copy of this one, 15, rotate it, and where do we put this one? Okay, so let's see. Trying to do something similar to the one I did, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Okay, I think this one is to go this way, and then this one we move it here, and then we rotate it, and then we push it down. So that way we cannot have each of them going in one direction and then intercrossing. Yeah? That is the idea, to have these 4 directions. So now, obviously, like we want to kind of, like, we could be playing with this for a while. Yeah. So I'm just gonna shake it a little bit. So maybe this is a bit too thin, too short. So let's just move them around like that a little bit. And then what we want to do is also create here a bit of difference of levels. So maybe this one goes down, and then this one can go up. Okay, so let's say like we have here our base move. So now when we have all of them, and I press 3, I have this kind of spaghetti looking thing, which is not what we want. So for that, I'm gonna select all the edges. We can have it, actually, like, to simplify it, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to the hammer and say combine, select all the edges, and then I can show you. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. I think I deleted mine. I'm gonna press the C4 that you have. So C4 will be completely like a low poly, so completely rigid. And then if I press C2, I'm gonna have it like semi-rigid. So we're gonna be working with this, which is basically the same idea of if you were to fillet the corners in a way. So like this is like kind of filleting each of these corners, but without having to fillet the corners. So it gives you the same impression. We have some, little overlaps here and there, but as this is a concept, it doesn't really matter. That's the idea. Yeah, I think like that's it for the first step. So how to extrude the tower? Okay, so I'm gonna separate these ones. So the tower, basically, I'm just selecting the faces and moving them up and down. If you want to extrude the initial tower, you create polygon, you create a cube. We say like we're gonna do like 15 by 15. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna say 15 by 100 by 15. And then what I did is, because I know it's 15, I know these ones I just need to move it 15 up. This is, I know it's moving 15 up because I have the tool settings with the step snapping on in 15. So that way I'm moving always in 15, and then shift right click here, extrude, W to go back to the global gizmo, and then align here, and then it's just moving the faces. Okay. Okay, so let's clean up a little bit the outliner. I want to be a bit cleaner for this one. So if you see, like when I remove it from here, I still have the history there. So in order to delete the history, I'm gonna go delete by type history. And then this one, which became, like, once I joined them, these 4 separated elements became this one, but I still have the history there. So I'm gonna say the same, delete history. So I'm gonna call this one A1, A2, and then middle mouse button, I can drag this one. So I have these ones already. So I make a copy, Control D, so that's automatically named now A3. And then here the idea is the following. So let's actually, like, we can already start with the mapping as we did before, like as an initial step, and then we do it for detailing. So the initial step, let's say, like we need like 3 subdivisions here. Yeah. So I'm gonna isolate this one, Control 1, and I'm gonna insert here like 5 subdivisions, let's say. And then I'm just gonna need 3 portions. So I can delete this one, shift, so double click to select the entire edge loop, shift right click, delete. It's not the same thing that when you delete. So here, if I press just delete, if you press vertex, you see that you still have the vertices, so you will be messing up like your geometry. So what you want to do is like you select the edges, shift right click, delete, and I go in vertex mode. There is no vertices that left. Yeah, that's important. So I select this one, and then I'm gonna press scale to scale it down, scale to scale it down, scale to scale it down, scale to scale it down. Yeah, and these are the kind of three. Like this is what we're doing the twist basically. Yeah? So in order to do the twist, okay, we create the chat. I think everyone is doing well. It's great. So I'm gonna select these ones, and I'm gonna rotate these guys. And yeah, that will do. Yeah, so I'm just rotating the upper faces. You see what I'm doing? I mean, maybe let me remove the snap, so it's a bit easier. So I'm rotating. So if I remove the snap, what I'm doing is rotating like this. Yeah, but because I have the snap on, I'm just rotating 90 degrees to the left, and I get that twist here. Yeah. Okay, so we have that. And now what I'm gonna do is like this one, for instance, I'm gonna say new material, blend. Where is my material? Okay, it will be here in the object as well. So we're gonna call it dark. So we have this dark. Before I forget, I'm gonna save this one so that we have the copy. So just remember that when you one second. Okay, I create a folder on my desktop webinar. So, and then this is going to be twisted tower. And then you have like these two different modes, binary and ASCII. That one, it will allow you to operate in every different version of Maya. That one only in a version equal or above. This one saves more information, so you see like it's a bit like higher. And then this one usually like is the one you will be using if you're going to be working with the same computer. I'm just going to save it there. So it's important to save because then the autosave will start working. If you haven't saved it, like the autosave will not save anything. How do you cut equally the tower? Okay, let's do that. So to cut equally the tower, you select an edge, shift right click, insert loops, and then here I save 5 copies. So 5 copies. Obviously, because that edge it goes in diagonal, what I need to do is to scale it down like that. Okay. Okay, so we have these 3 steps. The first element it's here already, and what I'm gonna do is the same trick that we will be doing after. So I'm gonna take this one. Actually, like this twist, I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. I'm gonna move it down here, and here. I'm gonna move this one up. This one up. Okay, yeah. How is this looking? Let's see. We can squeeze it a bit. I think we don't need this anymore. So I'm gonna remove it so it can be a bit more free. Let's go with this one. So here we have two options now. One option is to redo the same thing here, which we can do. Actually, let's just do it like that, just to show you different ways. So I'm going to use the multicut. I'm going to double click that multicut, and I'm going to align it here and bring the first division there. Then I'm going to do another division here, the top. Okay, so select the entire loop, bring the division, and then here if I add two divisions, it should be the same. It should be aligned. Yeah, so here we need that to be aligned. And now the idea is like we will grab these two, grab the entire top, and then rotate it. So now we select that loop, and then we put it in our dark material. Yeah, so we start having that shape here, this kind of twisted element. So you could imagine like this facade treatment can be different than this one. We can bring like louvers on one side, glazing on the other one, or like some sort of cladding and louvers, and then we'll make something interesting. So we're doing the same thing here. So the first thing is the bottom loop, just to get everything horizontal. I'm going to have a multicut. Bring it here. I'm going to have one loop here. So we don't want two loops. Actually, what we're going to do is like I'm going to use the multicut again. Multicut and insert loop is the same. Multicut a bit more flexibility. Insert loop allows you to know several ones at the same time. So, okay, I'm going to stop here. We need this one to be aligned. So when I insert my two loops, this is already aligned there. Yeah? Okay, and now the same story. So we grab like the bottom, the faces on the top, and then we rotate inwards. And then this one, we go to there. Getting a bit bored of my own voice. I'm gonna see myself. So then the next one is this one. We do the same. Multicut. We bring this loop down here. And then we have another multicut. Bring it up there. When you have these two, the two divisions should come at the same place. And then we grab the top faces, and then we rotate it, and this one we put it in dark. Yeah, so we have kind of a base twisted tower already. Okay, is that kind of clear so far? Okay. Can you hear me all right? Just need someone to say yes, and then I can move on. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, then I think like the last thing is maybe, so once we have these towers here, I can probably like combine them. So we combine them. I delete the history. So this is going to be our A3 step. And then I'm going to make another copy here. And then I think what I did was to make another copy like this. And then this one, this one was kind of somewhere here. So this part that is elevated, it's like you cannot get that sort of corridor in between them. So what we can do is start like extending some of this one to make it a bit more interesting. Yeah. And trying to match a little bit what I did. it doesn't really matter for the exercise. I think it's roughly similar. You're never gonna get it identical, for sure, but you get the idea. And maybe one part of the tower can be a bit shorter. I wouldn't necessarily modify the twisted part just to keep it a bit consistent. But then the rest, we can take it. Yeah, we can deform it later, but I think for now we want to keep it very modular, so that when we detail one element, we can copy it across. Okay, so now the next part is going to be to detail. I'm going to save this. So these two are the same. I think actually, like, now that I'm thinking, yeah. So maybe that's the idea, and then we'll operate with that one. Okay, yeah. Let's continue for now. So these two, we can combine it. Cool. So let's go back to this one. No, let's go to this one. I'm going to make a copy, and then I'm going to separate them for now. And I only want to keep this one. Yeah, so we're going to detail this one a bit more. So after we detail that one, we can move it around, let's say the same way we did it with the twist. So copy of this one. So Shift P to remove it from the group, and now I can say delete history. This one is going to be the second part, B1. I'm going to make a copy here to the right, and we're going to keep step by step. So the first thing now is to create for loops. You see for loops here. So these for loops, the idea is we need for loops here and for loops here, and these for loops. So a bit more right now, just to have it equally distributed. So the idea of these for loops is now we can select. Let's do it like that. So we select this one. We can select here. We can select this one. And select here. This one. That one. That one. And then I'm going to extrude these ones out, create some kind of balconies, and then we'll create an edge to wrap up those balconies. So for that, we're just simply going to do shift right click, extrude 0. Let's say 2. Really, that's enough. Then I align here. So by scaling, then I take these ones, scale. And these ones, I think for now, I'm going to keep it in basic color. Okay, a bit of a mess, but it's in good shape. Then here we want to have a transition. So for that, I'm going to delete these faces. I'm going to grab these vertices. I can press 4 here if I want to see if there's something extra selected. And then the other trick is to check with the heads up display poly count. We should have 4 vertices selected. So I go back with 5, and then I grab this one, move it down there. I can merge here. So we have the transition already. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So we need these 2. I'm going to make sure I have only 4. And then select these vertices, move down there, select everything, merge. And then basically we can first of all, I'm gonna remove everything. I'm going to select these ones. Control right click, edge perimeter, and then we have the C4 here. Yeah, so that's giving us that edge. And then we can grab these ones. Okay, here I had it. Let's do like that for now. Yeah. So I think like what I did here is to put this one as a full crease, and then the corners we want to have it filleted. So we have fillet 2, like the middle one that we did before. And that we want to keep it as a kind of control fillet, and then the top we can keep this one also as a full fillet. Yeah. So we have our base with these balconies. Now we can get to the next level of detail, which will be to kind of add some sort of edge to it. So let's do that one. Control B. Okay, so here what we want to do now is to close here, and we want to basically like bring an edge in either side. So we know that we want to keep this as a crease. Yeah. So this is a balcony, so we want to keep it crease. So in order to have an edge, like what you need to do is to create one loop next to this one. If you crease this one, you mess up your geometry, so you can't. So you need to create one edge very close to that balcony that you have, and another edge very close to the balcony but on the line above. So you will get this kind of fork-like cladding that is wrapping your balcony, and that's like kind of a nice detail. Yeah? So I don't know, the sketch is very clear, but the idea is like we're going to have this fork-like thing, so it's a bifurcation. So you can, like, typically the way you will want to build this is like this. So you build this, and then you have cladding that goes in one direction and another direction, and then this naturally with meshes like have that smoothness when you press 3. So in order to do that, we're just gonna grab one loop here, one loop here, one loop here, one loop here, one loop here. So I'm doing it with the multi-cut, Control Shift and left click. So it always keep like 1/10 of the width that you have. It's quite useful to do like that. So I think like we don't need, let me see if I did it at the bottom. I don't think we need it at the bottom because you wouldn't have any cladding at the bottom. No, exactly. So yeah, the idea is this. So now we can grab all of them. So right click, right click, right click, right click, and increase them. And then if you turn it into faces, can turn it into faces. So I'm just gonna select these loops manually and create a new material. We're gonna have a new blend. I go here, we can call it glazing. It can be like other glazing or something. Make it a bit darker. Yeah, but then you see like how things start to flow, and then we have this nice transition here. This could be like, you know, I want to make it too cheesy, so I want to do it here. I want to keep it conceptual. But the idea is like you could have here your you want to call it black, or you could have here your green terraces. Huh? So you can start to see how this is visualizing I'm gonna press Alt B, hit black, and then I'm gonna click on the ambient occlusion and the anti-aliasing, just to see how the geometry is starting to look. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so like these black ones. Let's do it. Okay, cool. So yeah, we have that. I'm gonna remove these ones. Keep my edges on and go back to blue. I think it reads better. So once we have this one, the next one is like I'm gonna prepare the topology here for the detailing that I want to do. So in order to prepare the topology, I'm gonna delete that face and I'm gonna delete that face. I'm going to bring one loop here. Wait, I'm gonna bring one loop, and then I want to delete something like even this. Yeah. And then what we want to do is to, well, like in theory, so what we want to do is like to bridge these two. Yeah, I don't know. Before we bridge them, what we want to do, I think it's easier if we do it this way. We want to extrude a bit, so that will be a cleaner quad topology. You bridge here, and then this way, because of that extrusion, we can bridge here and have quads. By quads, I mean like faces with 4 vertices. No? Okay, so we select this one, bridge, bridge, bridge. Oh, what happened here? Okay, I think we need to check. Okay. Okay, I think it's just something visual there. Now I'm gonna put this one in number. Yeah, so that's the same material. Cool. So once we have that, we have this step as well. I'm just going to make another copy. And I think what I want to do now is to have, how many loops should I have here? Let's say, let's call it 11. So because I changed that topology, what's going to happen now is like when I create one loop, the loop goes back. So it's like kicking back. Otherwise, if I were to do that loop here, the loop will go through the center. So that's the kind of importance of understanding topology. Topology Maya is, you know, if you guys are familiar with Grasshopper, basically the equivalent of like data structure in Grasshopper. If you don't know topology or if you don't understand it, it's always kind of a bit of a failure. Or, I mean, it's not that it's a failure, it's just like you're going to struggle a lot. Okay, so yeah, basically now I'm going to remove every other. Yeah, and what we want to do now, I want to take each of them and along their normal, I want to push it out. So to move them along the normal, you have to understand that there are different directions here, right? Because the tower is horizontal and then vertical. So the way to do this in Maya, there's a trick which is shift right click and then transform component. So here I can say directly move it by 1, maybe 1 is too much. But it will always figure out like how to move it along the normal. So you see here, I'm getting a perpendicular, and here I'm getting a perpendicular, and it's all very clean. So when I press 3, I cannot have that detail there. So now, because we added loops, we need to redo the creases. So I'm going to redo those 2 creases. I think the ones in the other direction should be fine. And then let's see how this topic is looking. I don't want to spend time on the top, so I'm just gonna, I think, it's good as it is. We can probably like flatten this whole thing. Yeah, cool. Just keep like that. Cool. So we have like the detail there. Then, obviously, like we could articulate it more. We spend a bit more time. Like now, each of these balconies, like we could articulate the edge. Let's say like, like we could have another edge here, and then maybe here and there, like you want to push it out. Then you have a little bit of detail. But we're not going to get into that because like 3 hours to pass that detail into. What I want to show you, I think like that, this is like it's a cool exercise because with very little effort, like you can get to have like a cluster of towers with detail, but we're not doing the detail for all of them. So I think that's quite important. What we are doing here is like now I'm going to be matching the loops. So if you notice, we have a lot of, we created loops always along this direction. But then on this direction, we still have, if I go to vertex, we still have the same loops that I have here. So I can match it. Yeah, so we created few here, we created loops in the other direction. So we have a lot more subdivisions in this direction. But then in the vertical direction, we still have the same subdivision. So what that allows me, and that's because I designed it with, with this workflow in mind. And not every geometry can be done this way. But now basically I can match it here. Now I can move it here around. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And then if I put this back, the 15, now I'm going to put this one there. We're going to start matching it. So, that this one goes here. We know that this division, we never change it. So it's the same distance. So let's separate this one just for clarity. So, okay. These ones are matching because it comes from the same object. Like what is not matching obviously is the extrusion, but like in principle is matching. I think maybe, let me see. Yeah, this one should go here. So I think this is the first one. Technically, that should go there. Yeah, so that's matching now perfectly. Okay, fine. So let's remove this one. Now, if we make sure we take the corner of the machine as a center, we can snap it here, make it degrees 15 to that side. Now we're going to grab the other one. This one will be matching first the center loops. Okay, fine. We match this one, we match this one. And then these ones, I can move it all the way here. We can readjust this if we want to. So actually, like, just to keep it in the same, if we start from the beginning, those balconies, I'm just going to move the front. And then here, basically, what I realize is like, the rotation is the opposite. Yeah, so we have this rotation here. You see, like it's perfectly matching. Then we can copy this over here. And rotate it. Okay, let me see where I am. So Control-1 to isolate. Yes, we precise. So that should be perfect there. And then here is the same idea. So we can just move them a bit around. I think that's fine. And then these ones, we take the front and then we push it in that direction. And these ones somehow are matching already. Weird. I know that it's not weird because it should be matching. And then the top, like we move it there. And then this is already oriented in the same way. Cool. And then this one here, I'm gonna move it to the other side. So 15 and then rotate it 90 degrees. Move it here, down, down. It's actually, because it's modulus of 15, like I can just move it directly and it's all matching, which is even better. So this is matching, and then here we need to, so this idea of matching the loops, it's always very important in my area. Like when you have like different geometries, you just need to match the loops and it will kind of come together. Okay, so this is there, and then this one also there. Fine. Okay, the only thing is that this one is on the other direction. Oh, same direction. Okay, cool. So once we have that, we can delete the dummies. When the dummies, we can delete the low poly that serve to guide our geometry. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna hide this one. Okay, cool. Most these ones, no? So this one we can delete, and then basically these ones are the towers that has all the detail. So we combine it. We're going to delete history. Why not? I think now we can delete these ones. And then similar to what we did here, the next step, I'm just going to make 2 copies of it. And I think what we said we were going to do is like move just to move it back. Move back here. Yeah. And then we can start like shaping this a bit more. Yeah, so this is like a, basically what you have here is like kind of quite clean tower, all model in a very simple way. Like obviously, like now we could start grabbing some of these balconies and say, not all the balconies needs to be aligned. The idea is like we model it all aligned, and now this step snap, and now we can start deforming it. You can say, okay, maybe some balconies I want to continue a bit more here and there. and we introduce all the variations that we want, like according to the different views, according to context, according to whatever. But we have like the mass already there with quite a lot of detail without having to spend like 2 days modeling this. Okay, so if we put it back here, we can put like a plane. Video lighting maybe. Put an area lighting here. Create a plane for reference. And for the ambient occlusion, like the plane to the bottom. And now if we remove the edges and then that's how it looks like. 1 second. Let's put my light here. Area light. Well, effect, so units and attributes. I think, or should be working. Okay, never mind. Not I don't care about the lighting. So yeah, like the idea here is like when I press 3, that will be our like final mesh with different materials already that we can already import to each. Yeah. What was it with the lighting? What is the normal lighting? This one. Was that let's see if that works. Oh gosh. This light is quite huge, so I can just do that. Thank you, Mohammed. I didn't realize I had that one on. I just installed this Maya, so I don't have it with my settings. So yeah, that's a bit like the idea for this one. Yeah, cool. So I'll save this one. We can have like another 2-minute break, and then we go to the tower. Can you input the exact distance when you extrude? Sure, you can. So let's do this before we close. So let's say if I have the copy here and I want to extrude here, we say 2 units or 20 units. Okay. Or otherwise, you just move it around with the step. Or you can also do it here with relative, just type in the units in the right many ways to do the same thing right now. Cool. Okay, so I think I'll do the same thing again. Take like a 2-minute break and then we'll do the same one, the next one. So the next one will be this tower podium. A bit more complicated, but I don't think it's too complicated. So it should be achievable for everyone. Thank you guys for the messages. And yeah, I think like maybe, like, yeah, and also like in case you want to tag anything related to the webinar, let's use this account at Gadea Design. Hope you guys do some exercises and tag me and the same more thing. It will be cool to see it. Okay. Thank you guys. See you in 2 minutes. Stop here. Hi, Tom. Just to respond to your question. So it's trying to extrude always in the normal direction. So if you want to not extrude in the normal direction, press W, and then you just move it on the other direction. So basically, you extrude it without any distance, and then you just use the move command to move it around. Yeah, press W and then drag. So that way you move it. Got it? Okay. See you in 2 minutes. The 6:45. Okay, I'm back, guys. Just saw some messages in Instagram. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, try. I think like this is just like few different tools and different approaches to design a tower. It will be quite cool, like for you guys to try and see what you come up with after the webinar. Always interesting to see the results. I think like I didn't see it. I didn't show it today on the slides. I usually put like slides where I have like the design and then like the 30-40 different kind of design iterations that I received from you guys. And it's very good to see like how you guys take those ideas and like do your own take on them. Like it's like these tools are very flexible. Like kind of I'm giving you like different ingredients, and then the way you combine them, you will get completely different recipes out of it. And the design outcomes will kind of have a similar language, but it will be like completely unique and bespoke. And that's kind of when you learn something and then you use those tools to kind of like create your own designs. Like that's why I think like in Maya in general, it's not about like when in Grasshopper you copy a script and then you have exactly the same. Like you get a bit of the ideas and then you do your own design out of it. That's the approach. Like if you have any questions, anyways, like you can text me on Instagram, and I will try to answer the question. Can you confirm that you see a cube on the screen? Yeah, okay. So okay, so the next one, we're kind of combining two different geometries in one. And so the first geometry we're gonna do is a cube again. I think the cube is the more typical one to start with. And then the hexagon is the other one, which here in this case, we will be kind of combining both of them. This will be like maybe 10 by 10. And then here like 70 meters tower, maybe, like that. I'm gonna click on the edges. And then the other one I want to do is I'm gonna create a polygon and we're gonna make a torus. Create polygon torus. I'm gonna drag to get the kind of size more or less. I'm gonna drag again to get the volume of the torus. And then here I'm just gonna say 6 by 6 maybe. Yeah, that will do. So I think we can get rid of these ones and just get the ring for now. And what I want to have is this one exactly in the center. I'm going to create one loop. Create one loop here. One loop. And then I'm going to align this loop to my torus, just to have it in the center. And then maybe like that. This torus, not sure if I'm happy with it. Maybe like here we can do a bit thicker, so it's a bit closer. And then this bottom one, I'm gonna align it to the bottom. This one, so just to get that thickness similar to the thickness of the tower. Yeah. Okay, so once we have this, we kind of have the base. I'm gonna remove that edge. We have the base. Yeah, that's all we need for now. And then we're going to start shaping this, and we need to kind of join the two geometries together. So I'm going to make a copy. So you see, like every key step, I try to make a copy of it. So in order to combine them, I'm gonna get rid of these two faces. And these two, I think for now, I'm just gonna shift it up. We're gonna drag these ones a bit further like that, maybe. Slightly different geometry than the one we did here. So actually, we don't want to do it like that. I want to rotate this one. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. That's important. So we want to rotate this one 60 degrees. No, 60 no. We need to rotate it what? 30 degrees, 30. Okay. So because we want that one, it's actually the other way around. Okay. We want this one to be rotated 30, and then this one to be rotated 45 degrees. So yeah, because that gives like a, I mean, I know this because I tested before. Yeah, it's not like it couldn't be like this, but I tested different designs, and this was the one that I kind of like the most. I kind of want to do the same with the one that I saw on the webinar. Okay, so if we have something like this, yeah, I think that's a bit closer to what I have. So if we have something like this, we're going to scale it from here. So scale it up a little bit until this is moving roughly there. Yeah. And then we can tweak it a little bit. It's fine. Let's just work with this, and then we can tweak it as we see it fit. Okay, so once we have that, then here the idea is to remove these ones. No, first, before we remove those ones, we're gonna bevel here, just to get that. 0.4, I think it's fine here. And then now we can delete these ones. And then I'm gonna take these ones up with this. So we get our kind of base geometry in order. Once we have this one, I think what I did here, let me see, yeah, okay. So I took this one, bring it to that height, and take these two, bring it to the bottom height. Yeah, that makes sense. So now when we combine the two, we can start bridging these two geometries together. And the idea here is to kind of get one loop that, let me see, one, we can bridge this together. Okay, I need to delete that face here in order to bridge. We bridge this one and we bridge this one here. Yeah, and that's it. So then this will flow into the top part. That's what we want to do. Okay, so now the next one is we're gonna bridge these two. This one and that one. And this to that one. So once we have these ones, we can do different things here. I think what I did, let me see what I did here. Yeah, I think what's the best way to go about it? I think let's do like that. So we're gonna bridge this one, like to extrude that one, bring this one to the bottom, Then I'm gonna take this vertex, I'm gonna move it here, and then I'm gonna press D here. So we move it along this axis, bring it down there. So yeah, that's what we want to do. And then this one should connect to that face. And then this and this can be bridged together. This one and this one can be bridged together. So we cannot get that initial shape here. Let's see if we merge it all together. Yeah, that's kind of the initial blob. Yeah, so I think once we have this, like we can start shaping it. Topologically, it's all connected the way we want to. So now it's more like shaping this a little bit. I'm gonna do a bit like this. Then the front, we don't need to take too much care of the front because we're gonna reshape it anyways once we connect the two towers. But yeah, just to get a little bit of shape in order. So just to understand the shape, I'm gonna give you a bit of creasing here. So the idea basically is like we couldn't crease here because if we crease here, it will look, it will look good. The idea is similar to what we did before. So what we're gonna do, I think this one is a bit too deep and a bit unrealistic. Let me get back here. This is too distorted. I think it's good practice to have geometries that are a bit healthy. So not too slim, not too fat. It needs to be healthy, it needs to be in shape. So here, like when you see the low poly and the vertices are like too far apart, so they start to overlap, it's good exercise to kind of just try to clean it a little bit before you go ahead. So this one, we're gonna flatten them. They're all flat, it was good. That's your level 0. Okay. So we have the ground level, we have a little bit of a platform here that then we can reshape. And then what I want to show you before we go ahead is the idea of the loops, like how the loops are gonna flow. What we're gonna do is like to connect it to another one tower like this, so it becomes like a double hybrid tower. Put it like that. Okay, let me see. Okay, before that, actually, what I would like to have in this one is an extra loop here to control that twisting element. So maybe like have it there. So this becomes a bit more vertical and the transition only goes up there. So maybe we can also lower it a little bit more. That's fine here. And then if we move it down here, let's see what we get. So let's see that everything is in place. What is going on here? Yeah, I mean, before we do anything, we want to delete this one so the loops are not running across the geometry. I'm gonna delete it here in my base geometry. This one is just like to anticipate a little bit what's gonna happen. So we want to get with the multicast one loop close here, one internal loop here, and then we'll do the same thing here, one here, and one internal loop. So now if we crease here, this one and this one, we get a bit of the shape that we're after. Yeah. So we have this kind of ring, which I mean, we have to. Well, like you don't really need this one here. Like we can just use this one. but that's I think like I like it because the other one is a bit redundant. You have this additional loop of faces that you don't need. So I think I'm just gonna loop this one, and then I could always like push this vertex back if I wanted to. And then here we have a bit of the belly. That belly we could later shape it. If we want to have the belly maybe a bit more like an entrance, but you get a bit like the movement of the tower. No? So then we will probably like have the same thing here. We will bevel this, let's say like 0.1 or something. So you get like those key loops that you need for the tower, and then we will shape the tower. No? Like first is to kind of get the movement right and the right geometry, and then you shape it. So let's make a copy of this. Okay, so we have only one. I'm gonna save this. Okay, and now what we want to do is like we want to have a connection. Yeah, like maybe this is a bit too far apart for the connection I want to do. I'm gonna delete this one. Now first, like, well, we can delete that one already, yeah. And then I want to make a copy here, and I want to mirror it. In order to mirror, what we need to do is to do -1. -1. That's mirror in both axes. So now, if we bring this tower here, we kind of see already what's going to happen, right? So what is going to happen is like one needs to go up and one needs to go down. Yeah. So let's say, so we have these two. I'm going to place them roughly there, and then I'm going to combine, and we need to decide which one goes where. I'm going to say this one here is going to go up, and then the other one can go down. Yeah. Let's do it. So, okay, then another thing that I can see I did here. Okay, and this one is a lot more tricky than the previous one, but it's all right. Okay, so we can start connecting. Another thing I did here was to kind of twist it to make it a bit more interesting. So basically, instead of connecting the right face, I just rotate it with the following one. So that gives you that extra rotation that makes it more interesting. So this one, I'm going to bring that connection here. So select that one, and I'm going to bring it to the ground. Yeah, so the other one can basically I will need some kind of support here, let's say, without getting too technical, but we will need some kind of support here. So you get that arch here, and then that kind of connection, like we can do the same thing that we did before. We connect this one to that one. And then once we have all the connections, we'll start shaping it. So if we connect that one to that one, then this one connects to the next one here. And then this one should connect to the next one. And this one to the next one. Okay, hope everyone is all right. Yeah, but this is kind of starting to look close enough. I think the topology is right. And then like it will be a bit like a matter of shaping it. So now if we connect this just to see how far we are, and we get the loops. The other one is going to be this one. As we connect here, and it runs to the other side. Perfect. Yeah, so that's good. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think that's it. Like that's the initial shape. That's it. Then like we're gonna be like shifting this around, and that should be the initial shape. Can you actually switch your camera? This gets a bit heavier. Okay, so once we have that, we have the initial low poly. Yeah, we're gonna make a copy here, and we're gonna bring those extra loops that I have here to have all the information we need before we shape it. So we said it like we want to create one loop here, very close, and then one loop here on the back, and we could also get one more loop here in the inner part. If we don't need it, we'll delete it. Let's have it for now. Okay, that's getting there. I think for clarity now, we can also label these ones and then give it, I'm gonna give it a color just to know what we are doing. Okay, 0.1, I think it's all right. And maybe we can give it a bit more thickness. So if we want to change that parameter, because we have the history here, we can say 0.2. And then I'm gonna color the skeleton, let's say. So the idea is like this is my plugin, and then so this is going to be my cladding, and the rest is going to be my glazing. And the glazing I will cover it with louvers. Okay. Okay. So let's create one material here, new material. We're gonna call it cladding. And for now, I'm gonna put it dark. This one needs to be lumber. Okay, and then here we're missing one. Once we put a bit of color. So we're missing this one. And then this is going to be cladding. Okay, so we have these lines flowing between the two geometries. It's quite clean because this one flows back. So it goes like in, then goes inside the ring, and then goes back, and then back into the same loop, reflecting geometry. Then we want to also, we also want to have here probably this one. We can, we could bevel it maybe. This one, let's see about it. So it's 0.2. We bevel that one. We get that extra edge here. Okay, perfect. So that extra edge is the one that we were missing here. I think that looks good as well. So we get our tower with the 4 bands here, and then split it into clean loops. So that clean loop, then we can use it to create that pattern and these different bits. Okay, so now I think it's gonna be more, yeah, like we can probably like decide like maybe to get one loop here. So that loop, I want to use it to grab these 2 points. I'm gonna do it at the same time. So I'm gonna get another loop here. And I'm gonna grab these 2 points and I'm gonna give it a bit of thickness to it. So I think it's fine if I just do it in, okay, I'm gonna do it with the transform component. That's giving a bit of a volume to it. And it gives a bit also like that edge, that nice edge. Otherwise, like that was kind of too flat. Don't want to go too crazy with this. Okay. I don't see any questions. Is it all right, or am I going too slow, too fast? I mean, you will have the videos, think about it, but yeah, I mean, it takes some time. Just trying to keep it a bit symmetrical for now. Maybe these ones can be a bit squeezed. And then, I don't know how I had it here. I think another element that we could bring is we could definitely pull this one. So maybe these 2, we can pull them out as well. And transform component, and we pull them out just to keep that thickness variable. And then we can also use this one and the one here to pull it up, just to give like also volume in that direction. It's a bit too much, but yeah, that's it. I think here on the center it feels a bit too flat, so what I'm gonna do is to squeeze this. It still feels a bit flat, so let's do like this. So I'm gonna select this one, and then at the same time I should select ones in the opposite side. So we have that one, and then these ones here. And then because this is too flat at the moment, what I want to do is to kind of keep the arc a little bit. So you will get like that. And keep that arc kind of like that curvature continues rather than going straight, so straight curve. I think like that looks better. So okay, so we have the essence. I mean, you could play with this. Feel free. I think for the one I did, I was playing quite a bit with this until I was happy. And obviously, I tested a few things before getting the final one. Here. Okay, cool. It's not that too picky. Okay, so once you're here, we could still like stretch things around, like if we want to. So before we get into the next step, like you can always apply something like some sort of deformer. So we have a bunch of deformers in Maya. I'm just going to use like a kind of pretty simple one for the test. So I think if we do here, let's do like 2, 3, 5, 3. Just to get a bit of shape. Here we can see that maybe here we want to squeeze it a little bit, and then this one we want to drag it around. But that thing that I was trying in the center, actually it's easier to squeeze it here. Well, I think it's like it is fine for the exercise. It's really fine. But like at least you see also like how to modify it with a lattice. So once you're happy with the lattice, you need another copy. And now is the part that we're gonna start. I'm gonna do maybe like some last amendments here. I'm thinking like these vertical planes here. I might want to move them. And get a little bit of a plane. It's a bit too squeeze, so I'm gonna take these ones and I'm gonna move them down so it's not so twisted. Okay, looks better. This one again, maybe let's try to move it up and move it in with the scale. This one, I think that's right. Give it a little bit of I think it was too flat, so that gives now a bit more of a movement there. Okay, cool. So once we're here, the next part it's gonna be like kind of adding a bit of detail. So I think for that I did a couple of things. I think I did a couple of tests, but the one I'm more interested on is to get the glazing with the louvers, and the louvers being more solid here, and then they kind of disappear or like vanish as they go up in the tower. So you get more views there, and then this is a bit like more of a private area. So in order to do that, what I want to do is like I'm going to make a copy of this one. And we're going to separate by material. So I want to take all the cladding. So that cladding, and then I'm going to take also here. Yeah, so we have all the glazing, and then the cladding is the opposite. And then here I'm going to say detached component. Yeah, so they're detached, but they're still joined together. In order to separate them, we're going to come here. I'm going to say separate. So now basically we're going to have one hand like all the cladding. I'm going to join it together. So cladding, cladding, cladding. There's more cladding here. This one is cladding. Yeah, so that's my cladding. So I can combine this one. Cladding. We're going to hide this one, and then these are like the looks that we're going to be working with. It's okay. So for these loops, I think, let me see what we can do here. Okay. So we can do, let's try this. So I'm gonna get 10 loops here. and 10 loops there. I'm going to select them all. One second. Don't remember exactly what it. I don't think it really matters if we don't want the. Otherwise, I will do. Okay, it's fine. Let's just do. I think this would look good. And there are different ways to do this. Kind of slightly different effects. I think usually you just try them all and then check the one you like the most. So I think for this one, what I want to do is to detach here. So, and then let's do that. And then on the back, I'm not sure if I want to do the same. I think I did the same. I did the same. Okay, so if we did the same, then it's quite straightforward. So we're going to do the same thing here. 10 loops, 10 loops. Select all these loops here and detach. Then we're going to do the same thing here on the back. And loops and detach. And then here we're going to do the loops and detach. Once you have that, we're going to select those faces and those faces. But we want to kind of connect all this one together. But we're going to combine it. Sorry. And then here, I think if we do transform, oh no, okay. Should have copied this before doing everything. So I should have copied the low poly. That is fine. Don't need it. So here I can do transform component. Just good practice to copy the low poly. I have it here, but not in the same location. It's fine. We can always match the transformation. And then if you move this guy like that, right? That's the one that I want to do. Yeah, because they're all moving. So I think that will do this one. So I think like maybe better if we do it with the center one. They're slightly different. In the center one, it's more unified. Yeah, let's do this one. Well, we don't need inset value. We definitely want to have it equally here. Okay, so once you have that, basically what we're doing is we're only scaling those faces up here. Then we're using that loop as a transition into a solid bit. And then here we will have the solid bit. Yeah. Okay, so once we have that, let's say we're happy with this one. Underneath we have the glazing, which we're gonna give it another material. So we're gonna call it glazing. So we have the glazing, this one. We have this one, which is going to be our loopers. Why are you applying detach? So the reason to apply detach is so that now when I'm scaling, like my loops, let's go back to this one. That's why I wanted to have a copy. The reason why I'm detaching is like when I have this one, if I have here the loops, yeah, and I scale these ones down, they're not independent elements, so I can't really scale it down. They will scale together. Whereas if you detach it, basically each is a different band, and then you can do what I did here. You can create these loopers like that. Okay, so it's just like a quick trick to do this transition loopers that goes, like, from looper condition to something a bit more solid. Okay, so now the next thing that we might want to do is like to make a copy of these loopers. I'm going to make a group, and then I'm going to copy them, and then at these loopers we're going to think what we can do as well is to play a bit more with them around here before we extrude it. Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. So for that, I think I just need to play here. So we're always going to select from top to bottom, in this direction. So here we have, just so that you understand, you have two vertices, yeah? So they're both aligned, but we detach it. So if you come from the left to the right, you will select the right one. But sometimes it doesn't, so we'll have to check it. So what we want to do is like lifting this up. Okay. So I think maybe let's transform component here, and I'm gonna do it in steps. So maybe 0.5. That's too much, and it's not the right size also. Okay, so we know this one is incorrect. So we must stop. Okay, okay. So we always want to go left to right, yeah. So usually if you come left to right, it picks the right one. Otherwise, you just need to do manually. Okay. Okay, so if you do what I just did, basically you are unselecting one and selecting the other one. So all these ones we got it right. This one is wrong. Okay, let's be placing it here. Be careful with these vertices I'm selecting here. Just press 4 to see if we are selecting some additional vertices. No. Let's press 5 again. Okay. Do you want to spend so much time here? Let's do it. 5, 6 minutes. And another way is to say, I'm going to select these ones. So we can just shift it like that. So then the other way, just don't want to take time. And that will kind of give some sort of effect. Actually, let's just do what I wanted to do. So we first shift it like that. So that way we can select them quickly. Usually, as I say, if you come from the direction, it should work. I don't know what's working. So we will do it like this. Huh? So we get that detail. And then we do the same thing here. So I think it was like the first, as we come from the tower, so this one. So let's move these ones. Transform component. Yeah. And then what we want to do is select the second one. It's a bit time consuming. That's usually when you put your music in Maya, enjoy the song, and you go first. Techno is very good for this. It gives you the good vibe. Okay, cool. So once we have a little bit of movement here, with a little bit of movement there, we could have blend shape this as well. But the idea for here is to be able to do it manually without painting. You know, like pros and cons of both methods. Once we have that, here the idea is that we can extrude it. Should have saved. It's good practice to save before you extrude like this large amount. Okay, so once you extrude this, basically we wouldn't want to go through every single loop and select and change colors and blah blah blah. So there's this trick to do like shift larger than. So you expand your selection and then you do control right click, select perimeter. So I'm just selecting the edge. Now I'm going to color this differently, so we can always access this. So it should be now something called edge. And we're going to give it like, you know, white, maybe, white. And then once you have that color, you can go to edge perimeter and then decrease them. So that way you have all your creases with the thickness all at once. Okay, let me see. Let's change the color. Okay. So this is just so that in Rhino we will have it separated, like in T-shirt or whatever, so where you have it separated after. Yeah, so there we go. Where is our placing? Okay, that's our placing. So we have our louvers, our placing, and our cladding, all there together, all following the same. Like the key here is like these loops are consistent in all the geometries. That's why they follow the same curvature. It's like a very smooth, it's a very smooth sketch, just because like it doesn't have too many loops on the perpendicular direction. So if you see it like a very clear sketch. And yeah, like then like you can play with the detail. Like, you know, we have a bit more time and we could play a bit more with the detail. Let's do a bit of this. And then you again like a bit of the lighting. And I think like in these cases, it works quite well when you're doing the lighting to also like if you're using this blend, like it will give you reflection because it's something metallic. So maybe a bit of more reddish light or something on one side, and then on the other side. I think I did it like for my image. I played with like a warm and cool lighting, so you can get a little bit of some effects here. The way to pick these two lights. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think that's another one. So here, if you don't want to show the lighting, you remove them here. Yeah, so you have that there. And then you can, if you want to have a screenshot, you can just have play plus. Not going to get into rendering, but here, at least for the screenshot, you can have here your PNG or your JPEG. And what is it? 2 start end, 1:1, custom, and then here you can put like 2000 by 2000 play plus, and then you have here in higher resolution with like a view range, I think it's called. No, what's it called? I know view capture to file. Okay, cool. So let's do the same, a couple of minutes, and then we do the last one. Stop sharing and change the web. Now there's a question. Do you use a special command to move those points with opposite direction? Move the points with opposite directions. So yeah, so if you want to move it in opposite directions, I think like it's probably like something like what I was doing. Maybe let's not do it in this one. So here, let's say we want to move this point, that one, and that one in opposite direction. What I'm doing is just scaling. So just to keep the symmetry, it's quite important in this type of exercise. Okay. I'm not sure if I was sharing the screen. Let me see. Sorry, I think I wasn't sharing the screen when I'm sharing the screen. So what I was saying is like to move the 2 points in opposite direction. All I was doing was like scaling. So that helps you to kind of keep the symmetry, because this exercise is done on the y-axis. I can just scale it like that. Not very straightforward. Okay. 2 minutes and I'll be back, guys. Okay, let's do the last one. Okay, I think it will be all right to finish a good time. And I thought it was going to be a bit of bit complicated to finish on time, but I think we did very well. So, okay, so for this one, we're going to start from, I'm going to remove the grid with me. I'm going to start from the shape. Yes, okay, so just one. I'm going to start with these extra quotes and then see how we go about it. So I'm going to make a copy, and then if you press Shift D, what's the command? Control Shift D. So a copy here, and I think Shift D, it makes like a bunch, like it copies the transformation basically. Yeah. And then I want to copy these ones from here to here and copy the transformation. And we want to have a few more. Stick to this one. And then I'm going to copy a couple more rows. Yeah, so let's have this and then modify. I'm going to combine them. Combine. And then edit with history. So we have this kind of exact word. It's a kind of quite kind of common topology because what it allows is you can combine this merges. What it allows is to work with hexa or with quotes. So I think for the exercise, actually, I'm just gonna get rid of the middle ones. Okay, we have done excess. So never mind. Let's just work with hexagons only. For that, I think, is there any parameter? No, let's select these ones. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm gonna get rid of these ones. I'm gonna delete these ones here, the center ones. So I'm just gonna work with the extra ones. Actually, like so, if you delete here. Okay, just delete here. I think that I have some duplicate space here. Okay, I want to work with this. This one will be done. Okay, let's do this. Maybe. Okay, so we're gonna work with this. So somewhere we're gonna collect the scale from power. And here what we want to do is to select like few elements that are going to be the center of our master plan for our cluster of buildings. So we're just going to do 5. I think, like, you know, if you want to do more, like you can do it. But for me, I'm just going to do these ones. And then with this one selected, we're going to use soft selection that we haven't used yet. B. And then we're going to scale it down. So the grid is kind of kept like from this, like, let's say, like in the center, we have the grid. And then like it's deforming towards the sides. You know, that's kind of what we want to do. So now what I want to do, maybe actually like that's too much. I need to mess it up so much. I kind of want to have it a bit deformed. So fair enough. Let's do this. Okay, so now I think the idea here. Let me see how was the one I did. It doesn't really matter. The idea is to start articulating this. It will be a bit of a more like kind of design exercise more than anything. So you will typically adjust it to your context. In this case, because we're kind of working with a context, I'm just trying to get a bit of something like kind of an exploded pattern. And then once we're here, I can work with that as a base, and then I can scale it back up. So we have some cells that let's try it again. Maybe grab a bit more. These ones are a bit more like in, and then like these other ones are kind of exploding from there. Okay, so once we have that, we can kind of get into a bit of detailing of this, or we can start with the towers. I think I'm gonna detail them a bit more, and then we have a base already to later work on the towers. So let's make a copy of this one. Actually, we can get rid of this one because we're not going to use that. And then let's just start by extruding them. I don't know how much. I'm not really working with. Okay, that's something off here. You see that face that we duplicated. Let's examine that a bit. Oh, so I have extruded that already. Let's see. Okay, that's one. So we want to extrude this. Keep faces off. And then let's see by how much we want to do this. Something like 0.1. I think that will do. And then we extend 1. So Shift and enlarge it down, and Control Shift I to get the back of the surfaces. Look at this. Let's go back. I think they are not merged. So it's important to merge them first. Yeah. This was messed up. So I'm going to make a copy of this one. I'm going to drag it there. I'm going to see the vertices. And I'm going to take them all, extrude, separate. Okay, that looks clean. That's all right. Okay, cool. So we have that. Yeah, that's what we want. We want to. I want to keep these ones as a different color, so that's all right. And then I'm gonna grab them all and I'm gonna put it in level 2. So we have a bit of a kind of soft corner. And then what I want to do is I want to start deleting some of these ones, because that's going to be our kind of connections. Some of them will become like a kind of elevated pathways. Some of them will be just like the ramps. So we can delete here. It's 2. It's 2 as well. This one. This one here. So we need that one there. And then this is, like I will typically spend now a bit of time trying to get exactly what I want. I think it won't take too long here. Let's need to do it here. That one, this one here as well. And then we start getting like this kind of second level of this pattern vanishing into the context. And now we can start adjusting some of these elements. This is kind of what I don't want to have, like I want to have those ends there. And this stuff is one question if we want this or not. So if you want to have here, basically you need to follow the same geometry. So I think it was 0.1 that we did. So once we do that, then this one can extrude again one direction, that one can extrude in another direction. Oh, there's some questions. Let me see. Just curious, not related to the case. Is there a way to do a staggered brick pattern on faces in Maya and do the morphing? I think like that's something you will do with kind of morphing more than anything else, or with this shifty kind of way that I was testing. I think like to get like staggered faces might be a way. Let me see. Do like smoothness. I think here must be a procedural way to do it. Yeah, other than having to create edges and then deleting the other face. I think that's a bit too time consuming. But yeah, it should be a way to do it. I mean, if I have to do it in a kind of very cheeky way, what I will do is detach these, separate. That's like without thinking, and then here maybe I will have like one loop. Then I will take this one to here, and then delete those ones, and then repeat the pattern up, and then deform it. But obviously, like if you want to have curvature, then you need to do it. You will need to kind of do the topology, get the loop, get the topology in Grasshopper, and then you can do the mapping. I think I've done some webinars with similar idea. The soft selection. Yeah, so for the soft selection, basically if I have this subdivided and I'm in vertex mode, you need subdivision for that. You press V, and then with soft selection, like I I can just basically right now, if I wanted to move this on a kind of slope, if I'm in normal mode, I will have to move this vertex, and this one it will look terrible. Soft selection allows to kind of still modify your geometry even if it's like a high poly. Okay, so let's continue with this. Yeah, so what I was saying is like how we can still like navigate with this. So I think like some of these ones like we can get extrusions. It kind of bifurcates a bit. One is to be a bit lower. And here maybe we want to get another one. The proper way to do it is to extrude and then choose 0.1, and then this one just to follow the same topology. It kind of wants to go here. Yeah, so we kind of start like shaping this the way we want it. I think this is maybe a bit too long, anyways. Maybe we need that. Let's just strip it to what we want to have. Maybe that's a part that needs to be a bit more articulated. Because we wanted this, then this one. If we don't want to split it again, we can just to kind of keep it consistent. We'll bring it here, and we will merge it together. But that's a bit like the exercise that we will do. Like we start shaping this around until we are a bit happy with this. I can say like like it takes a bit of time to get it right. It's time consuming. So maybe here we're gonna do something else. And then this one here, that loop that we started, ideally we want to kind of close it. But let's say just not to take too much time. Let's say like this is all right. Now, what we want to do is to kind of give it a bit of a podium height. So I think like that will help already. So we can also, I think I did a couple of, so maybe we can give it like one sunken plaza and another sunken plaza on this side. Yeah, and then basically we're gonna start grabbing vertices. So I want to get all the center ones, leave the branches out. And we're gonna take all the rest. I'm gonna print them all here, and then I'm gonna give it a bit of oil. Okay, so I don't know what's the dimension I'm using here. No. Let's just do it by eyeballing. So something like this, like say like kind of 10 meters podium. And then the idea is like I'm gonna grab this edge, I'm gonna extrude it, press W, bring the gizmo to the bottom, and then we give it a podium height. Yeah. So we have a bit of a podium now. We can also get these two. It's gonna be like sunken plazas. And then I'm gonna grab them all, give it a 2, and then all these ones, I'm gonna have it full crease. Yeah, so we start getting our podium for the tower. Yeah. Okay, I think at this stage, like we can park it, and then we'll get back to this once we have also the towers in place. And it's a bit like a bit of idea. So you have like few ramps here and there. You have like these kind of retail fronts. So this is like kind of podium for the tower. And you have like these sunken plazas. We have like some green areas, and then we'll have the towers here. Then, like some of the towers maybe later we might want to get them bigger, but I think we need the towers to assess like what we want to do in terms of composition. There's also like, we can bring like some green patches here and there. So, like we could now say, let's just get here a few of them as well. So I think that I'm gonna bring a ceiling there. And then basically, if you want to get an hexagon out of this, you just get 6 faces. And then delete this. And that's going to give you already the same kind of geometry. So I'm going to bring this one down. And then what I'm going to do is like I'm going to try to rotate it in place to be slightly similar. So I'm going to give it an extrusion. Yeah, so that's going to be my kind of like green patches here on there. The idea of this is like I will try to modify center. I think I have the thin component, I have it on, but it's not traveling with me. Yeah, I can start now, like fitting this into my shapes. So this one, I'm gonna give it a new material. I'm gonna call it green. We can have a couple of them. Certain areas. I think they make more sense when we have like these enclosed plazas. Move it around here. And I think that's the one that can split and get a slightly different direction. This one here. Yeah. So we could have a few of them, and then so we have like this main component already. And what is this? I'm gonna delete it. This is our cool. And then we're gonna start modeling the towers now. So the towers I did like 2 types. One is hexagonal, and then the other one was like kind of square tower. We can do the square one or the hexagonal one. It doesn't really matter. I guess like we're gonna do the square one just to make it faster. But if we have time, we can also do the hexagonal one. It's exactly the same. So the tower, I'm just gonna start here. So let's give it a bit of volume for the tower. It doesn't really matter because we will change it after. I think it's a bit out of scale. 10, 10. Let's just do 3 by 3. Just proportionate, and we can scale it up altogether. So if we have something like this, now we need to have like 4 divisions here. So I'm gonna bring it a bit down, and I'm gonna get like 4 loops. 4 loops. And then in these 4 loops, what I want to do is I want to delete that face, I want to delete the bottom face, and then I'm going to get this one in here, and here, and here, and here. I want to think was off. So Control Shift right click, remember it's kind of like the dead close to the edge, 10%. If we want to be a bit more precise, what we can do now is to say, okay, I'm going to move it here to the edge, and exactly what I want to move it is like 0.3. Now it's in scale. I want to move it 0.3 from the edge. That way you are like super precise. So I'm gonna be like this kind of exercise. I'm not doing it usually precise, but like obviously if you're working in an office, you want to be a bit more precise with this. So we need to be like proper units. And then now we take this one, and we can say, okay, so how much we want to move it. So let's see, like 1. Let's see if we move this one. I think that's good, all right. 1 and 1. And 1. 1 and 1. Okay, so that's the kind of initial setup, let's say. If we have it the hexagonal, we will do exactly the same. So this is 4 faces, we'll do the same for 6 faces. Okay, so once you have that, I'm going to isolate here. And then here the idea is to grab these 4 points, I believe. And I think that these ones can go. Yeah. And then what we can do is, I think I had like an extra loop in the center here. And then I was, yeah, that's what I did. 1 loop here, 1 loop here, 1 loop here, and 1 loop here. Wrap all these ones and then bring them in. I mean, it's either that, you can do that. Okay. I mean, this is more like about shaping it. Okay, shape it to your like. Something like this, and then maybe just to play with these ones as well. You select these 4 on the bottom 4, and then you scale it out. So you get a bit of a movement with that one. Yeah? That's the idea. Yeah, I think I'm not sure like if it's exactly the same. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so once you have this, we move to the next step. So the next step is going to be to bevel each of them. So we want to bevel these corners. So let's bevel these ones. We will say 0.2 maybe. I want to have like a thin skeleton. So 0.2 I think will make sense. Okay, 0.2. And then here, actually what I want to do, it's a bit too far apart, these ones. That's fine. Yeah, we'll reshape it after. So what I want to do is to merge all these ones together to get that fork. So you see, like we have that fork again. That is, you have like basically one clean loop and one clean loop that is grabbing that part and that part. So we're gonna take these ones, merge in the center, and then if I press G, it repeats the same command, so I can be a bit faster. So not that one, this one, and then these ones, and the last one here. Cool. So yeah, that's kind of getting there. Then we need to do the same thing for these ones, and then we will shape it up a little bit. So again, the same fork. There are different ways to get to the exoskeleton sort of typology. I think this one is quite clear and easy to understand. It can be form found as well. I think more interesting. But typically, like when you're doing a design, I think it's like not any shape will be accepted. Like you need to consider many different things in parallel, and you will have to consider the program that you have. You have to consider the views. You will have to consider where you want to have your balconies. You can take some of the massing out. You know, it's not as straightforward to get an exoskeleton actually to work with the program and with the context and everything. I still haven't got any sketch accepted of the exoskeleton to that one. Okay, so increase here, and then you get your base. So now I would say like these ones are a bit too thick. It's not so elegant with that. So maybe we can say we can grab this face, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scale it by 0.1. So let's see what I see, 0.3 maybe. Too much. I don't know how many times I scale it, but I'm just gonna kind of eyeball it a bit. I think that should be the same. Okay, cool. So once we have this, I think like we're in a good place now. So something we can do is to introduce like few loops here and there to control the curvature. I'm gonna create one loop. So those two spot here maybe, and one somewhere there. So we have that initial element there, and then what I want to do is like I want to grab my skeleton, and then I want to invert the selection and the glazing. So that's going to go to a new material, and then we're going to have a glazing that is kind of dark glazing. Okay, so once we have this, we can set it a bit. Secondary. It's because we have this on. Okay, so I think in general we want this tower to be a bit more slender. I don't know. Let me see how far we are from the plot. Obviously, the plot, maybe what we're going to do is like adjust the plot to the tower rather than the other way around. I'm going to combine this. And then I'm going to scale it. Again, this is like a quick sketch, so it doesn't really matter with the scale. So I think once we have that, we can set this guy a bit more. I think this one was to get inside a bit more. Just to get that shape. That's I'm kind of happy with. And then what we want to do is I'm going to remove the stepping. Maybe this one can go a bit lower even. Just to get like that top part, so we'll make it a bit more slender. And then I think like then from here we will kind of get, we're gonna get the roof first. So let's see how we do the roof. I'm gonna make a copy here. I'm gonna do the roof. So for the roof, I think the fastest way to go about the roof, let's see if this works. I'm gonna extrude this, and then I'm gonna press double R, and then I'm gonna scale it in like this. I think that's the best way to go about this. And then these ones we can scale them. Fine. So actually we don't need to do much here. Scale it in. And then I'm going to take the center similar to what we did in the first exercise. I'm going to take the center points, and then I'm going to merge to the center. Yeah. And then I'm going to merge this to the center. And what do we want to do here? Yeah, we want to take these two and merge to the center. And that's it. Okay, before we move it actually. So we want to merge to the center here. We want to merge to the center these ones, merge to the center those ones, and merge to the center here again. Okay, so we get that clean line here. And then if we want to, so we have 1, 2, 3. So the way to kind of get here the quotes, we need to get an extra edge in there. And then that glazing can be bridged over. Yeah. So bridge, and then this one goes here, and this one goes here. This is all glazing, so let's put it in the right layer, the right material. Where's this material? Existing. I'm going to put it here. Yes. Okay, sometimes Rhino will do that. let's put in a different material and then back to the material you want. So right in Maya. So that one of those glitches in Maya. And then, yeah, basically we want to get rid of this one. And now this one, we merge this edge should flow into the other one. No? Let's see how it looks when I place it all together. Yeah, that's kind of what we want to have. And then we can, yeah, we can give it a little bit of a deep. Now, like that's kind of a clean way to finish the tower. And yeah, let me get that one as well. Maybe do too much distortion. Okay, so we have the first tower, let's say, that massive wise. We can, yeah, so this is just like the low poly. Then the second tower, like we can just get a kind of hybrid of this. So we're gonna do a bit of a transformation from this one, and that's it. Something like that's a smart way. So I don't remember. I think like, yeah, I did like this city towers, which is basically score with the same topology, and then basically just move this thing around. You get another one kind of for free. So in this case, that is the figure. And you kind of get already another tower, which is same family. I'm gonna scale this one in. And then the other one we can do quickly from here is sort of the opposite, where we get how was that one? Yeah, well, I mean, we will kind of need to do the roof again. We can do the roof again. It's basically like removing these guys. Remove those ones and then get that podium thing. I don't think like if we rotate this 45 degrees, we should be able to match it as well. Let's see. So this one, remember, is the kind of transition. So you want to keep that one there, and then just extrude it up. And then, yeah, whether or not we want to redo it, I guess. We can try maybe to match it. So in this case, we're gonna scale this up until it's more or less there. Then these ones, you kind of need to try to match here. Just trying to avoid doing extra work. And that's something that you will always do especially for competition. You just get parts of one geometry that you already like and just match the loops. You kind of don't want to have to model things many times. Okay, so once you have that in place, I guess, what is this? We have here Okay, I guess we have here one more loop. I lost it somewhere. Okay, no, I lost it. But it's fine. So let's get that loop here. So we can match it like this, scale in this direction, scale in that direction, scale in this direction, scale in that, scale here, scale one more time, scale this direction and in this direction. And now I think, let's see how far we have. It's pretty much there, so I think it's fine. So what I'm gonna do now is to grab this one and then put it there. Grab this one, put it there. Okay, so let's see if now, if we combine this and match it, if this is kind of flying or not. Because I think it's so good. The only point that is not matching is here. So we're just gonna grab it here and match it. It's so good. Now we just need to redo the pieces. Yeah? So this one, the difference that I see here is like there we have one, if you see that edge, and we need that extra edge there. Yeah. We need that extra edge in there. And then here as well. Okay. So we're gonna go with the multicad. Okay. So if you press Shift on the multicad, it will kind of go to the center. This is quite helpful. We go center, center point, right click, and here the same. Shift, Shift, and then we go to the center and right click, and then we go Shift, Shift, center, and right click. So we check, it's so good. I'm just gonna give it a merge. I think it's a bit dark. I need a little bit of light. It's like 24 hours more than Maya. Okay, where were we? Oh, yeah. So now we're missing this one here. So we go from point to point, vertex to vertex, vertex to vertex. So those ones here are triangular, but then we will do a little trick for cheating. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's select all of it. We'll shape them a bit, and then we'll put them on our landscape and see how we do it. Okay, so that's good because the loop is continuous. So it means that the geometry is clean. So we have these three towers, it's going to be our towers, which are kind of coming from the same geometry. This one I think is a bit too kind of chunky. Give it a little bit of carving here. Oh no, this one we want to do the opposite as well. Okay, so then Then what we want to do is like I'm gonna shift it here. And here we can get if it was a bit of a different topology. This makes sense to in that instance, then I think we need to lower this one a bit, so we get a bit of that shape in there. I don't know. I'm gonna give it another loop here, just to keep it a bit more straight and see what happens. So we have here this. What is this case here? This is not connected. And we have a problem here. These two needs to connect together. So the best check to do always is double click and see if the loops are connecting. And then when you press here, or when you select the vertices, if you have here two of them, that means that they need to be connected. Okay, so that should be fine now. Okay, so we have these guys. Okay, so let's say like these are the three towers to work with. That problem, let's leave with this, yeah. So now I'm gonna get these three towers and I'm gonna place them on our grids and then see from there what we want to do. Okay, so I see like this tower is a bit too big, so I'm gonna scale it first in this direction. Once it's kind of placed more or less, what we can do is to go to B again and then just scale it up a little bit. So our towers like can fit. We're gonna move it a little bit down. Let's say that's right. That's right. So we have one tower there. Then this other tower, let's move it around. Let's see how it goes here. I think that's right here. It's not too bad. In this case, like we can maybe have more space on that grid. And then this one, I'm gonna move it here for now. Over here, it's a bit too bulky this way. We'll just put it there. I'm gonna make another one of these guys over here. Or maybe what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna drop it there. It's too close, otherwise. You can rotate this one to feel a bit better with the side. And then let's change this color, Lambert. And then that's going to be my dark color. We change the location of the tower. And then maybe that one can go again here. So I'm gonna have a bit of grass in the front, and then the tower sort of sitting on the back. So I will add the detail after. Let's have this one here. I'm gonna again give it a bit more space in this one. This one here. One there. Okay, so now we cannot have them in place. We need to kind of shape them a little bit to feel a bit more like a kind of cluster. Obviously, it won't feel as much as a cluster because we have less towers than in the sketch that I did. So they're a bit more like far apart. We can also, bring them in maybe. And we'll see that. So I think this one has no problem to go thicker. And that's going to be the tallest tower. That can go a little bit down. If you see the logic of the movement is very similar to the first exercise we did, where we kind of keep a very low poly, kind of massive, so that we can shape it. Otherwise, it's just like too much like to do in this short exercise. Usually, like if it's a competition, then you will spend your hours modeling this. There's no other solution than spending long hours, unfortunately. But yeah, you kind of get the idea. And then I can show you, like, I just have here the other one I did. I'm going to have to clear this. I just want to copy it over. And what is my more? Okay, if you have this thing of something disappearing, basically is the clipping plane. I still have it because maybe it's on the other side. I don't know. Start with here. Let's see if we can use it. This is the same tower, but I did another option that was hexagonal. The scale. It's not one here. Let's do a bit of variation too. So this is the same but hexagonal. So we start having a bit of a cluster of unit towers, but they're all kind of following exact same logic. And yeah, kind of don't want to get this so distorted, so we're gonna bring one more there. And here the same. It looks better with that. And then we have similar problem here. These things are getting too distorted because it's missing that extra loop. And then with that extra loop, we can also consider bringing this in. This is like way too thin. Yeah, you can spend a lot of hours. Okay, so let's say like we're okay with that, yeah. Just so that we don't spend too many hours doing this. And then this one, scale it a little bit, just to give it enough space. Yeah, the problem I see with this one is like kind of sitting a bit too much in the middle. Let's see what that. Okay. Don't like the location of this one. Get them a bit like in a square like that. That will do. Okay, so once we have that, let's go back here. Okay, so we have our towers. This one is a little bit too skinny as well. I need a bit of motivation. It's, I have to say that the one I did for the sketch, I spent more time that I usually will allow myself. But, too many things to move around. Okay, so let's say like we're fine with this. Let's call it we're okay. Then we can bring the like another level of detail to these towers. Maybe I will do it in 2 towers just to practice, but I will do it in all of them. So we're just gonna add some louvers here. And for that, let's do the following. So basically to add detail here, it's a bit of a different exercise because the topology is not what we want to be. I'll probably like spend a bit more time, we will come up with a better topology. But let's work with what we have. So let's say like we take these ones. Let's take these ones. That one and this one. So we have the entire edge. We're gonna detach here. Yeah, let's detach here. And then this one I want to extrude. And I'm gonna give it a bit of a thickness. Then I'm gonna get to the edge, so shift and enlarge it down. And then we do Control with face perimeter. And then here I'm gonna give it another color, which is gonna be like whatever, like a white or something. Edge cladding. Let's just give it white. Okay, so actually before we deselect, we will control right click, edge perimeter, increase everything, and then these ones, the bottom ones, I'm gonna select them like this, those bottom ones, because we want to delete them. So it's kind of flat. Okay, so once we're here, we know that we detach it, so we can separate, and then we're gonna have the glazing separated. But as I said, like it's not like that nice geometry that we had before, so we're gonna have to cheat a little bit. And so okay. So I'm gonna click here my glazing. I'll make a copy of that glazing, and then let's see what we can do with this glazing. So problems that we have here is like if we want to have the louvers at the moment, and so what are we? Yeah. So we want to have the louvers at the moment. If I have here 10 loops, let's say 10 loops, like those loops are not going to continue here because we have a triangle. We could bring these loops around like that by adding here like one vertex. Literally, like if we add here with multi-tab 1 point, yeah, then this will start flowing around, which could be quite nice. And that's the kind of way to probably resolve it in a very clean way. And you see like here, that will be kind of completely clean. But that's not kind of what I want. Like what I want is to kill like these louvers against that edge here. So how do we do that? We're gonna do it in a fast way here because otherwise I will have to change the other geometry. Basically, a way to cheat when you have that is like to get these vertices here. It's not ideal, but for rendering, it's usually fine. And then you're going to chamfer with 0.1, something very small. And then you delete here. Okay, like, let's go back. I'm missing one here. And I'm going to chamfer in diverse 0.01. And then I have here my chamfer face that I can grab it. And we can delete it. Now we have 2 vertices there. Yeah? So what that means is like I can take here my 10 vertices. It's because I created that vertex there. So all my louvers are now going to be dying there. This is what we want. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing than before. Well, let's just do it in a different way this time. So you get like all the options. So here, what happened? We haven't done the chamfer. Here we haven't done the chamfer. So remember we did 0.01. Well, actually, this is not the best way to do it. The way I did it is not the best way to do it. Let's go back. So in this case, because we are fighting a little bit with the geometry, we're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to smooth this out. We're going to have to chamfer and then smooth it out. So that will get it closer to the geometry we want to do. So that is this. Yeah, let's say if we have them all. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. And then what we want to do here, technically it will be the same, but I think we're just gonna do it like this. So we're gonna smooth it 3 times, so that then we will cut off like those extra ones that we don't need. It's a bit more dodgy, this method. Not ideal, but it's, so we're gonna grab these ones. Basically, let's go back to this. This is one of the cases that we can use the layers. Look, this one, and here, literally, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna grab this one. I'm gonna select it. All these can go. All this can go. And because we have that, well, this, so we know is two subdivisions that can go. Two subdivisions that can go here. Two subdivisions that can go. So I say it's not the ideal method, but because we have the cladding, it's fine. The cladding will hide it behind. Ideally, like what we will need to do is to bevel here, but then we kind of change the look and it won't be as smooth. So that's why like I'm kind of okay with this. So that's fine. And then here. Fine as well. So we can grab them. This is a little faster. We press 4. Next we will have these ones here. We press 5 again, and we can literally scale it in a bit. And then these ones that is behind the cladding, so we can live with them as well. We can also cut them slightly if you want to. But the idea here is to have these, you know, like here the glazing will be received on some other element. But that's behind the cladding, so we don't get. I'm just gonna grab these ones also. And then we could detail something with that loop. So that's the glazing that we want. There's a local glazing. And then if we have this one, those are going to be our louvers. And in order to do the louver, what we're going to do is this. So we select from here to here, and then say, let's loop to edge loop. And you can say from here to here to edge loop. From here to here to edge loop. Here to here to edge loop. And then we'll do the same thing here. From here to here to edge loop. From here to here to edge loop. And to here to edge loop. From here to here to edge loop. And then we can say detach, shift, right click. And here we have detach components. So have save. Right, before detaching is a good practice to detach. So before detaching is good practice to save. And then because it's detached, now I can extrude this. This is a bit different of what we've done before. We have our louvers. And if we want to, what we can do now is to say shift right click. So it extends the selection to the next edge, and then you say save, convert to faces, and then you can say shift right click extrude, and then here we can give it like 0.01, something small. And then this we don't need to crease because it's already like high volume. The only thing is I could have, I think once you're here, if you extend the selection, shift right click, now you can do Ctrl+Shift+I and delete the glazing behind. So we have now glazing and louvers. So these louvers we can put it in a white material. So let's create like a louver material. Louver. Yeah. And this is kind of like sticking out here. Let's maybe let's just, instead of extruding it so much, let's just keep it less. Where did I extrude it? This is the other direction, so it's the previous extrusion here. That's fine. So it's kind of like the cladding is that issue. But that way we don't have to lose that curvature that we have here. Yeah. So that's kind of the way we'll be detailing the tower. So we will do the same for the rest. And I think like just to add a bit more detail to our landscape, let's do a couple of things here. So the first thing is like on these ones, I would probably like get these ones and then scale it down, move this one around there. That could be like designing a bit of an entrance. So we have a nice loop that we can play with. So here in the front, you can say like this is going to be all grass. So we'll give it green, and then here maybe we'll give it 11 or something, and then we take every other. And all of them except from this one, because we can say like it's gonna be like 0.3. That's way too much. But a bit of a detail there. Then this maybe it's Lambert. So these ones we can decide, like maybe we want to bring it to the same kind of crease type, or we could maybe, like, if we want, like, add a bit more, like a bit more defined looks. It can be like some sort of green bushes or something. I don't know. Then another thing, like maybe interesting, like we could grab like some of these edges. I will do like extrude, and then give it a bit of an offset here. Something like that. Then I will delete this one. So we have kind of a slope that now we can use to step in our landscape. So we can create like some steps for the landscape. I'm gonna put it in our green layer, and then we can say, fine, this is all. Let's bring this 2 into level 2, and then here we can do, let's add another 11 loops here. Oh, something happened here. Oh. What? Strange. Okay, so kind of good also to see these things. It's a bit of a problem to learn how to resolve them. So I'm just gonna bring it here and it out. And basically, what I did was to rebuild it because it seemed like there's something on the geometry, and I can be bothered to find what it is. So now, if I fill this one in, this one needs to be merged. Once they're merged, I have my loop again. I'll print the green, and then if everything is fine, this one is connected. What is this? Let's exclude this one. I think it has to do with the direction. This one, because I patch it up. So once you have that, like you basically, like, you can create some steps. So maybe not everywhere, maybe like you want to keep it like smooth, and then you first into steps. In order to do that, like what we can do is like literally like just grab this one and then match it in height. So that will bring a nice detail. And then what you can do is, like, if you want to extend these steps, basically like you extend it like that, and then you kind of get that nice detail of like the steps that turns into walls. Yeah, like, maybe here it can be something else, or we can bring back the steps here. Just leave it up. It's all kind of working with loops. Very important to have the loops well organized, and then like you can play with them and create nice things with them. Okay, so that's one, and then the other one, let's say like maybe like here we want to create a bit of a glazing treatment. So we're gonna do like that. So this one is okay. So let's see. So if I duplicate this, it goes all the way. So I'm gonna delete that. So it's disconnected. And then here I'm gonna delete this one. So it's disconnected. And then here I want to bring an edge from here. Yeah. And then there are different ways of doing this. And I think what I'm gonna do here is to delete that part and delete. I'm gonna. Well, there are different ways to do it, but I think the way we're gonna do it is like this. I'm gonna delete this one and this one, and we're gonna shape it here. Basically, that one, this one, we're gonna extrude it. We'll do that. Yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna extrude it a bit. It's messed up here. Remove this one, and then basically doing this kind of glazing. Okay, that's what it's messed up. We don't need that space here, so we would bring that glazing like this. And then here we need to get rid of that face as well. So from here to here, this is all going to be glazing. So the glazing that we have here, we can increase this. This one we can increase it like that. And like two as well. We do a bit of an entrance here. I think this one should be exactly vertical. And then here we can we get a bit of that type of entrance for the podium. I think this one here, if I want to be honest, there. This two, and then this one and this one are gonna be hard edges. Bring this one there, and then this one needs to be right here. We need to do like a bit of I mean, we don't need to round it, but because that one is rounded, I'm gonna keep it there. Sometimes here the tough part of the exercise is to know where to fill the loops. Yeah, So you can fix this. You can fix that. Yeah, you could get here your entrances. Let's see. What your retail fronts, a bit of a canopy, a bit of an entrance there, and then maybe like just one more before closing. Okay, we're past the time already. We can do like one of these sunken plazas. So I don't know what kind of style I did, but maybe some, whichever. So we can maybe like have here like this vertical, and then this one coming on a slope. So kind of again the same. You're gonna have here, you can fill up the hole, or you can basically what I will do is like extrude 0.2. Once I have that, I will fill up the hole, and then I will delete this one. So I will fill up this. I will extrude here. So okay, these ones as two. If we want to have like something there, then these ones we can bring it in. So that could be like a path. You can lead somewhere. So this kind of can go inside. I think the one I did like the okay, let's do this other thing as well. So here we can have our seats. So in this case, we want to have a bit more like the entire thing flat. And obviously, like, you'll have to calculate the steps and stuff, but this again, a sketch. Usually like these projects, it's something that, we will kind of propose, like, when I'm working, I will try to sketch one per day or one every other day. So it needs to be like something very, very good. There's no time to do stuff, calculate things, like do this stuff in the rest of it. And now, like you can also perhaps like put here and there some of it. So that's another thing. Like there are some of them you can start grabbing like this. You give it a little bit of different treatment. So you can start like getting like some like bigger parts as well. We're gonna get our plaza, and then our garden, and then this is all kind of coming into one edge. That's all part of that edge here. Sorry, like it's too thick, the slab. Yeah, like those steps will die, like will kind of be part of that slab, and then here we can have our glazing or whatever. Let's put the glazing here. And then again, like every time we're doing this, if we're working with a crease geometry, we put in the creasing path. Yeah, yeah. So like again now slowly like we can just the last thing. We can push this one in. That's part of the cladding. What is this number here? That's part of our cladding. And then here again, we forgot to do that part, so it means that we need to do the crease again. Okay, and we will have here like your cladding with your entrance, and then maybe like that edge slab, turn it into steps and create like different classes. Yeah, I think that's I'm gonna call it here. I think that's like you get a bit of all the different elements that we have. I think like I spent a bit more time and basically like went through each of these corners and designing each of them. But that's the essence. Any questions? I think it's probably been quite an intense day.
Hey,
Hey, Mike.
cool webinar. Does anyone have any questions that didn't get answered?
That's there's one in the Q&A. I missed that one. I hope it's not from 2 hours ago. Well, I don't see it. It doesn't pop up.
It says, how do you get the rendered image from Maya for posting?
I'm not rendering in Maya. I think like the ones I did was just Keyshot.
Yeah.
It's just like I mean,
Yeah.
basically the same thing I did here. Like this, it has 2 materials already. You can export it to Keyshot and just give it the materials. That's it. I think in Maya, like with Arnold, you can get quite cool results. But it's just like for this webinar, I think it's fine to do something that you just get away with Keyshot, I would say.
Yeah. Does anyone want to ask a question like live? You can click raise hands if you want. We can put you to camera and microphone, or you can ask still in the chat. So if you have a question you want to ask on camera or with microphone, just raise your hand.
Yeah, try to do like some of these designs and post some photos as well. I think that'll be quite cool. I think like basically here explain like basic one, like starting from 4. Like this is exactly same workflow by starting with 6, and you can connect them differently as well. Like exoskeleton, you get slightly different results. Yeah, like all the workflows, the 3 towers are quite flexible. Maybe the tower with the podium is a bit more like tricky to get something else.
Mm-hmm.
The other ones are very open.
Well, I guess no one else has questions. Oh wait, is there another one?
You're doing visual competition earlier case of the studio after you get the conceptual design. Do you try to emulate it with Grasshopper afterwards? No, I mean like Grasshopper would be once we win the competition.
Yeah, I think like, you wouldn't need to recreate it with Grasshopper. There wouldn't really be a reason.
Like, I mean, you will do it from scratch again in Grasshopper after you get the concept approved. But I think it's just like competitions are way too fast for you to have a script every 2 hours for a new option.
Yeah.
To finish your measures before getting ready. Fine-tune measures before getting into Revit. Not before getting into Revit, but I think there's like 6 months in between at least. So that's like schematic design. You don't really need to be in Revit yet. And that stage, like, you rationalize everything. So I think DD is when it's worth to bring it to Revit. After this form is developed, this is returned back to Revit or Rhino for more precise detailing in terms of measurement. Yeah, I think like once the concept is approved, it will be in Rhino and Grasshopper for a long time. And I think only at the very end, this will come to Revit. I think the Revit we will be doing all the planning inside, all the cores and all the planning basically, if it's an office building. But then the facade will probably stay in Rhino and Grasshopper. It's like difficult to build curtain walls that are curved, and I don't know. We'll always do it in Rhino. Will design more thin and only consider future version integration work between Maya and Revit Gadea? It's too complicated for our.
Yeah, I mean, just depends.
Yeah.
Who wants to teach it? I don't know. I think. Yeah, it just depends. But right now, there's not much. I would say there's not much interest in like this.
Yeah.
You know, we get like requests and try to base off that. So I think it's not really.
Depends on how many people want to learn the stuff.
Yeah, I think also in a lot of offices, like it's not the same people doing those things. You know, like. So it's not even necessarily like a workflow that's like a lot of offices. People are working on concept and this kind of stuff, and then it's like passed to another team. Right, for like documentation and stuff, or
like, I mean, as I was saying before, like for instance, in my case, I work in the concept and then kind of rationalize into schematic and DD. But then we have other people that will take it DD onwards, like to fabrication, like use like the Grasshopper of the millimeters. We have like the planning team, which is like not 3D at all. And you know, I don't necessarily open CAD that much unless I need some information from that. But then some other people, like, you know, would make sure that everything is precise when it comes to the 2D documentation. So I think it's just like you can't have there's not enough hours in the day.
Yeah.
To choose the battles. Yeah. But I think like Maya, it's you know, when you're doing a concept, it's a little bit like sketching on a paper. Like you kind of start like dragging things around and then you test things. And then I think once you figure out what you want, you can recreate it. But Maya can also be like super precise, like this project here. Like you still see the screen? Oh. You see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one here is a friend working on this tower. Like, you know, all the interiors are like up to the millimeter in Maya, like everything. But because it's very bespoke, the only reason why you will end up in Revit is because it's not bespoke enough, let's say, because you tone down the design. But if you need to have every door handle, every like sink is designed in Maya for this tower. They have the budget for that, so you know there's Maya up to the millimeter. Depends like how in detail you want to go. But you could be precise in Maya. This just takes more time. I think Maya combined into Grasshopper, like you could probably get quite far with that.
Okay.
Yeah, well, hope everyone have fun.
Would you say Mize is strong software for non-fluid? Yeah,
Is it strong software for what?
non-fluid architecture. I mean, why not? It's just poly modeling. Just look at
you just press one.
just look at like hard surface modeling.
Yeah, you can. It's just like, I mean, like the way I feel about it is like when, I mean, you can always detach. So I haven't been detaching, so you can detach to keep it lighter. But the creases, when you have too many creases, it's like it's too heavy. So like, well, I guess like you won't need to have curvature in that case. If we're talking about like normal extrusion.
Yeah.
Executing these designs, rather cool. If anyone knows of a client who wants to execute these designs. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think it's quite different. I mean, personally, kind of like more the tower podium, the second one. But I think that's kind of personal choice. I think they're all quite different.
All looks good to me.
Yeah. It's the kind of fluid machines, like they usually look quite nice. This one is like a bit more like not cluster of things. But yeah, yeah, if anyone have any specific questions, you can
No,
take it
and
or
just a reminder about the recording. When it's done, will be emailed.
It takes a bit of time, no?
Yeah, it takes at least as long as the webinar for it to process. Yeah.
Just in case someone is freaking out that they didn't receive it tonight. You're gonna have to wait one more day.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Awesome stuff as always. And thank you everyone for attending. And if anyone is joining tomorrow's webinar, we'll see you there as well. And see you, Alejandro. Thanks again.
See ya. Thank you guys.